Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch on May the 4th. Be with you 2022. And I'll start with roll call. And I believe it's Councillor Bailey's turn. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Balmer.
Here.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
And Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
And we will now start our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Could I, Ms. White Fox, read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
The council approves the May 4th, 2022 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.5, questions received from council seeking additional information, and the corresponding responses provided by staff regarding the May 4th, 2022 council agenda. And consent item 6.28, correspondence received from the city of Guelph regarding the Clare Maltby secondary plan.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida. Excellent. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, all in favor? Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Okay, do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today?
I
Yes,
do.
Mr.
I'm going to let Councillor Balmer go first. Councillor Goida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, item 7.1, delegation from Sunrise Therapeutic Writing and Learning Center. I act as an advisor to that organization, and which they suggest adds value to their operation. And under our code of conduct, that would be considered a private interest. So while it's not a pecuniary interest, it still is a private interest. So I'd like to make that known, and I'll be excusing myself from those conversations, any decisions around that matter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Balmer. Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I am also declaring on the same item 7.1, delegation from Sunrise Therapeutic Writing and Learning Center. I am a member of the board of directors for Sunrise. So therefore I will excuse myself from the discussion and decisions as it relates to the site plan agreement and the delegation today.
Thank you. Anything further? Is Ms. Williams available?
Yes, she is. I'll just move her over now.
No issues. June, I'll just wait for you to put your video on, please, when you're ready.
There. How's that?
There we go.
Hey.
How are you doing today? You might need to point your camera down a little bit so we get less of the ceiling and more of you. But there we go. Excellent.
How's that?
Thank you very
Okay.
much. So June is here today, I guess, to speak to council about receiving her Volunteer of the Year award. It was my pleasure, and Councillor Goida attended as well. We presented the award to June at the Murph while they were playing their pickleball, and it was a great experience for myself, and to see how many people actually play pickleball and how many support June. And again, it was my pleasure to provide you with that award, and it was obvious to everyone in the room that June was very appreciative of it, and it's a beautiful nutshell. And I'll turn it over to you, June, if you have some words. But again, it was my pleasure to be able to do that. I believe it was the first one in 2.5 years that we could do with a crowd in person. So it was pretty special. So over to you.
Well, I'd like to thank you for the award. Oh dear, is that me?
Yeah.
June, it looks like maybe you've joined the meeting twice. I still see your name in the attendee section, and maybe that's why there's the feedback if you've joined from 2 devices.
I'm not sure. So what would you like me to do?
Try to close one Zoom if you have 2 Zooms open.
Sorry, I don't know. I don't know where to go for that. So
Can you remove one, Courtney?
I can try. I just don't want it to bump June out altogether if I remove one.
would I on participants?
Maybe Ms. White, stop the recording until we sort this out, please. Okay, we're returning after some technical difficulties. We will make some other arrangements for that delegation to be able to say some words to council. So until then, we're going to proceed with the other delegation from Sunrise Equestrian. So we need a quick roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Present.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
And Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
All right, Ms. White Fox, you've moved the delegates over.
Yes, I believe they're both here with us.
All right, welcome Ann and Peter. I'm not sure who's presenting, but whoever desires to present, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think it's me that's going to speak first, and then Ann's always great at answering questions if there are any. So nice to see you again, and thank you very much, everybody, for the opportunity to speak for a couple of minutes. We wanted to put a bit of a human spin to the obvious financial ask in the letter that we submitted to council a week or so ago. We're here at the recommendation of staff after we had some helpful dialogue with them around our site plan application agreement. So we're specifically asking for a couple of things from council for consideration of: number one, approving an alternate mechanism to address the financial assurances section that's in the agreement. And number two is waiving the payment of cash in lieu for parkland dedication. So council is really familiar, obviously, with the current charitable programs of Sunrise and the impact they have. We've also presented several times on this particular project, so we're not going to go back into the details on that, but we would be happy to clarify anything or answer any questions. So this particular project really significantly expands and increases the impact that that Sunrise will have on the population that it serves, which is children and adults with physical and developmental disabilities. It's an innovative project, and we believe it will be a really positive element, an attractive element within the township to have something like this located here. We are at a really significant milestone. The site plan agreement is one of the critical no-go points in our project, and we can't understate the excitement we have in getting to this point and getting to the site plan. We've met all the requirements for the site plan, and now we're really just talking about the wording of the contract or the agreement with the township. And so clearly it's very close in hand. So township staff provided us with an initial draft of an agreement, and we went through that. We had some questions and comments, and we met with them to clarify a couple of things. And we got through everything except for a couple of items, and they were items that the staff themselves don't have the authority to make a call on, and that's why they asked us to speak. So the financial assurance requirements in that contract, the standard language requires a letter of credit from a Canadian chartered bank in an amount calculated to cover certain items related to the project. And in particular, the intent is for it to be monies that the township could draw on if there was impact on public lands or township lands that didn't get addressed properly, and for some reason the project didn't move to completion. And so we understand that. However, for our project, the impact is totally within the scope of our own property, and so we don't see a lot of impact. But more importantly for us, Sunrise has operated for 40 years, avoiding greatly any debt, right? So it's operationally, it makes sense. It keeps us solid, and it prevents any kind of debt-related challenges to the operation. And however, one of the side effects of that is we have no credit history, right? So getting a $200,000 letter of credit from a chartered bank is essentially impossible for us. And so the alternative would be to put up $200,000 and put it on deposit. Number one, we don't have it at this point in time. And number two, if we were to do something like that, it's monies that we currently need to be able to complete the design drawings and get ready to file for permits and for going out to tender. So we'd prefer not to have to dedicate fundraised cash in that respect. If we get the site plan approved, the reason it's critical to us is when we start speaking and have been speaking to potential funders, both private and public, like the county or CMHC or foundations, they all want to know that we are in a position to move forward in a timely way to actually start construction before they allocate funding. And so having this site plan agreement signed is important for us. Staff informed us that there are other mechanisms in the legislation that can be used to provide assurance. And I think in particular, it was related to using the property tax process, to be able to recover any monies if they were needed. We obviously don't expect to start our project if we don't have funding in place. So the risk of needing these monies, I think, is extremely low. But we are asking council to consider that option rather than requiring us to put a letter of credit or deposit in the amount of 100 to 200,000. So that's the first one. And the second one is cash in lieu of parkland. So that's a standard sort of ask in the development plan agreements and site plan agreements. However, we just point out that, this is not a commercial development. We are on a farm that already has trails and children's playground and a pool and things like that. And so we are requesting, because again, in the agreement, it says it can be waived. It's not obligatory. We're requesting waiving of that amount. I believe it's a $13,000 payment in lieu of parkland. I'm sure you're familiar with that. I'm sure you run into it regularly. So again, we are requesting that you take advantage of the flexibility to waive that. And both of those items would be significant support for our project and allow us to move forward and focus on the capital campaign and the funding and start to move towards the construction project. So that's basically all I wanted to say, to make sure we also highlighted the impact of the request. It's not just we're trying to save a few dollars, it's critical for our project. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Peter. Anne, did you want to add any comments?
No, I just fully support what Peter's just presented.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple things I need some clarification on, and I might need Andrew to answer this. So staff, if you're going to answer the question, can you try to turn your camera on, please? So this $200,000 security, the delegation is mentioning that it's mostly to ensure that there isn't any impact on any public lands and that this project will be fully encapsulated in the private land. But is the security also the intent that the project is built appropriately as designed and spec? So it's also that component? There he is.
Yeah, thanks for your question. The letter of credit, I would agree with Peter. It's to cover kind of any sort of damage to the public property, but it would also to be if for whatever reason the project is stopped or funding doesn't make it through and they're kind of halfway through the project, it would be to restore the site to kind of how it was before. So, and just to make it safe.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my other question would be for Ms. Hassan. And it says here that the line of credit, the township could draw on it. So if they get a line of credit, do they have to physically give us the 200,000, or is it just there's a process that we can draw off that? So what I'm getting at is that you know, the Sunrise were able to secure a line of credit, they wouldn't incur costs because you wouldn't physically pull that 200,000 off the line of credit, so there wouldn't be any interest charges. And then once the completion or the project is completed, they could just close the line of credit and there would be no cost to either organization. There she goes, moves around.
So I'll have Ms. Hoyt Fox just add to this if I'm missing something, but just in terms of letters of credit, our standard practice would be that we would work with the bank to draw on the letter of credit if it was required.
But if it's not required, we don't draw on it.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. I just wanted some clarification for that. Now I'm going to go to the councillors. Can I go in order, Councillor Spillis?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming today. I got this, you know, letter here, and it really helps to have it explained. You know that I'm very supportive of Sunrise, and I would like to be able to see how we can come up with a plan here. I think in order for me to make a decision on this, I would really like to hear some other comments from staff and recommendations, and see if there's any sort of other options and innovative ways we can work with some of these fees and costs. So I guess I think this is a question for Courtney. I'm just wondering if there's a way we can kind of have a report back, or I'm also not sure what the timelines are for Sunrise for this, but Courtney, I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
Yes, certainly we can look at these requests coming from the meeting today, and with direction from council, staff could prepare a report coming back to the May 25th meeting, just with our recommendations on council's direction and the requests here from the delegates.
Okay.
I
I would appreciate that, and I don't know how the timing works for Sunrise, but that would be my preference.
We understood that that would be the case in the conversations with Courtney leading up to this, so that's not a problem.
Councillor Spillis.
Yes, thanks for your question. When somebody asks for a line of credit, they have to pay the bank a certain amount, and typically for commercial industrial, it's 1% of the fee. So on a $200,000 item would be $2,000 you have to put up front. So that's the hit to them. That's my understanding of letters of credit. It's not something you can go to the bank and say, give me a letter of credit. No, you pay for that right. I agree with Councillor Gordon. I think it's important that we ask staff for a report on this, on the options suggested in here. I understand where they are coming from, Sunrise is coming from, but certainly I really want to make sure that our township is protected from any unforeseen circumstances, and the rest of the taxpayer base doesn't have to pick up any unnecessary costs. So I would support that. And the other comment is I really don't want to set a precedent. I understand that they're a charitable organization. I'm sure there's other charitable organizations and not-for-profit organizations in the township. And I really would like to have staff to comment on the setting a precedent. Is that a concern in this particular instance or not, type of thing?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spillis. Yes, both Peter and Ann are very supportive of your program, and Peter, I had the same thought process with the parkland dedication fee. The councillors here haven't spoke specifically to that, but I kind of view it the way you view it is you've got facilities there, and I'd be supportive of, the conversation of waiving the parkland dedication fee because of that. I'm a little more stuck on the security, and I'm not familiar with getting commercial lines of credit, but I have a line of credit on my residence, and there wasn't any fee involved. It's just, there's an interest rate you would pay if you use the money. So I think there's some trust in both organizations that if you were to secure a line of credit and the project proceeds as it's intended, in which it will, even if it's a $2,000 cost, I think that's quite manageable, considering, it'll alleviate the concerns that Councillor Spoulos brought up, that we would be precedent setting by waiving this security. I think staff did a great job reducing the amount we want required. So I feel we need that report back from staff, and I'd need a little more information, whether you want to share it or not, on if that security line of credit is not attainable by Sunrise. I need definitive proof that it's going to be a pretty significant endeavor or cost to the organization, because we do have a responsibility to protect the township and the township taxpayers. I know that sounds a little harsh, but it's we are supportive of you, so we'll wait for that report from staff, and if you can provide more information on whether you can get that line of credit that wouldn't be drawn on unless there was an issue that needed to be remediated, or then that'd be great to have when we make the final decision. So Ms. White Fox, would we need a resolution from the three members here for you to report back, or can you just staff as directed?
I do have a resolution drafted, and it does indicate that staff report back at the May 25th, 2022 council meeting regarding the request to waive the requirement for securities and the cash in lieu of parkland dedication fee.
Okay, so I'll give Mr. Cummins and Ms. Kane another opportunity. I want to say some comments to mine. Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the response and the responsibilities of council. We will certainly go and get some additional information, but Sunrise has in the past approached banks as we were looking at this project, thinking about debt funding for certain things, and just there was zero interest in having that conversation on the part of the banks. Whether or not line of credit will be viewed differently, I don't know. I think we will have to explore that, but I'm not actually expecting that the putting in place of a line of credit will be as simple as it might seem on the surface. But we will look at it. We'll explore.
And
Yes, I agree. I agree with Peter. I mean, it's not, as a charity, number one, we're not supposed to make a profit. So that's one of the things we try to avoid is debt. And just with, although we've been in service to the community for 40 years, I very much doubt we would be able to get a line of credit in our experience.
But we will confirm.
okay,
Yeah, we can look into it.
thank you. All right, so Ms. White Fox read the resolution. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spoulos. Any further comments? No, all in favor?
In favor.
Oh yeah, I gotta do the, sorry, that was my TAPMO meeting yesterday. I gotta call everybody out. Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
and I'm in favor. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, anytime. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
All right, Ms. White Fox, has June been able to call in?
Yes, I believe she's been able to connect, so I can just move her over now.
Hi, June. Oh, I'm still connecting to audio. Oh no, not again. Thought we were gonna phone in.
June, if you do phone in now, then we'll be able to see you as well as hear you.
How are we making out?
Don't see the phone in just yet.
Hello?
There we are.
Hello?
Hi, June.
Hi, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on here today.
No problem.
One day, I guess we'll get some fiber or something here. I don't know. Or maybe it's just me, the operator. Anyway, sorry about that.
It's fine. You had some words you wanted to say?
Well, I just would like to thank everyone. I think it was a real honor to receive that award, and especially when I enjoy everything I do, and it was really something that to have it at pickleball, I was expecting that it would be done before everybody arrived, and I was really overwhelmed by the number of people that came out. So that was really nice, and they had an enjoyable time after, and really fun party. So it was really nice, and I appreciated you, Mayor Bailey, coming out, and Councillor Goyda. That made it extra special, and thank you very much. It's all the different projects I've ever become involved in the township as a result of us really enjoying living in Puslinch. So we've been here for approximately 50 years now, and I don't know where the time's gone, and families raised, and grandchildren live here as well. So it's a wonderful place to be, and I think it's great when people can give back and help where they live grow.
I agree with that,
So,
June.
again, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And, you know, there's many family like yours in the community, and that's why we have such a great community. You know, it's through the Optimists, the different organizations, and Sunrise, and we're all very, very fortunate to live in Puslinch, and I'm proud to be part of the council that runs it, and I'm proud to be part of, you know, some of the organizations that provide services along with everybody else around this table. I know we're patting ourselves on the back here, but it is quite a great place to call home. And thank you so much for everything you and your family have done for Puslinch. And I'll just open it up to council if they have some words. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Congratulations, June. I think you're right. It shows that you enjoy the work that you do, and I think that's probably what makes you so successful in what you do. You do it because you love it, and it shows. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, June. Well-deserved honor, and I couldn't think of a better place for you to receive that honor than at the MRF, or the ORC as it's now called, considering how much time you put into making that building happen, through all of your support, with the rec committee, with the Optimist Club, with the parades, all the things you do for the community, and all the time you put into to raise money for that ORC. Couldn't have been a better place to see you get that award while making use of the facility, not just to receive the reward, but to actually be part of a program that's running there. I think that's just so special. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, congratulations to you, June. Honestly, you're so deserving of it. It's been a pleasure working with you specifically on the rec committee over the last little while and getting to know you a little bit. But I think it really, really goes to show just how much impact you have on the community when, at that pickleball presentation, there were just so many people there to support you, and your family was there to support you. So it's just really great to see. So, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And Councillor Spools.
Yes, June, congratulations, and thank you for being a volunteer dynamo in our township. You certainly are inspiring a lot of other people to also volunteer through your continuous dedication and effort to what's going on in Post Lynch. So congratulations again, and I hope you have a great day.
Right. Thank you very much.
Great, June. Well, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Do we have a resolution for that, to receive that delegation, Ms. White Fox?
No, Mr. Chair, it was just listed under announcements.
Okay, perfect. All right, next up is consent agenda. Do you have this resolution for that, please?
That the consent agenda items listed for the May 4th, 2022 council meeting be received for information.
Can the mover for that, please? Councillor
I'll move.
Spools, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All right, any items to be pulled out? Councillor Bailey.
None for me.
Councillor Balmer.
Yes, sorry, several today. 6.1.1, the minutes of our previous meeting.
Yep.
6.14 or 6.1.4. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 6.4 for City of St. Catharines. The report from the City of St. Catharines. 6.24 regarding Conestoga Badger Incorporated. 6.26 regarding from the Post Lynch Historical Society, and 6.27 the notice from the I won't say F and M and R, it's the M and R and F, regarding the change in regulations regarding the placement of fill in aggregate sites. And thank you.
No problem. Councillor Goyda.
I know that there was that last minute addition to the agenda, which I'm not sure what number that has become, 6.28 maybe. I have not had a chance to read it. If it's fulsome, I'm just wondering if maybe we can pull it out and get a bit of a brief synopsis on what it's about and what the next steps are in terms of that.
Okay. Councillor Spools.
Yes, 6.12, Town of Halton Hills Resolution, build it right the first time. 6.24, I believe, was picked up already. I'd like 6.25, notification application, take water, the Corso Enterprises Limited. And yep, that's it.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Balmer. Oh, actually, do you want to receive the rest of those, Ms. White Fox, first?
Certainly, and I just wanted to make sure I captured 6.1.4. Councillor Balmer, was that one of yours, or was that 6.4?
Maybe it's 6.4. The one from cities is a report from City of St. Catharines.
Okay, 6.1.4 was the heritage minutes, which I wasn't sure if you meant
sorry,
those.
yeah.
Okay.
6.4. Thank you.
Okay, so I've just amended the motion with the exception of those items to be received for information.
Okay, can I, all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, we didn't get a mover and seconder.
I thought I did get a mover and seconder. All right, we'll get another mover and seconder, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All right, and all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah,
This is
sorry,
just
I think we're looking at 6.14 or 6.4.
6.14.
14. Sorry.
no 6.4. The city of St. Catharines is the
Yeah,
one.
that's
6.14.
6.1. 6.1.4 is Heritage Committee minutes. I believe
614.
614 is the city of St. Catharines.
That's correct. Yeah, 614 then. 6.4.
6.14.
How's that?
There's
I'm in
mine.
favor.
Courtney, you have it correct?
Yes, I do. Yep, thanks.
Where we go, Councillor Bulmer, all in favor?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Goyda
In favor.
and Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right, now on to 6.1.1, the minutes. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to pull the minutes because I wanted to reflect a moment on the discussion we had with our consultants regarding the City of Guelph Water Supply Master Plan. As I reflected on those discussions in preparation for this meeting, it dawned on me that whenever we're discussing water taking, especially large water taking outside the city, all of those water takers, anybody who takes more than 50,000 liters a day, that information is widely publicly available. So those commercial, industrial, and institutional users are open to public scrutiny, part of our planning decisions, part of the public's ability to comment on and see how they're managing the water that they're taking from the aquifer. But for those same users inside the city of Guelph, inside the water supply master plan, it's only divided into 3 sections. They list residential use, institutional use, and commercial/industrial use. And I was thinking it might be helpful both for the residents of the city of Guelph in terms of the Guelph water supply's usefulness for the residents to understand how their water is being used and by who. If the water supply master plan included an appendix of all of the large water takers, all the large water users that are connected to their system. So similar to out here, anybody that takes more than 50,000 liters a day, it'd be handy to have that listed in the water supply master plan so people could see exactly how the water that they're drawing from the aquifer is being utilized. I realize this isn't a technical thing, so but it's more of a transparency, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So we can all see how water is being used, whether it's when it's coming out of the same aquifer, whether it's within the city or outside the city. And I just wanted to, I was thinking of maybe sending a letter to the city of Guelph asking for that to be added to the water supply master plan to make it a more helpful document for all when they see how the water is, how the Guelph is utilizing the water they're taking. So I'm looking for support from council for that kind of a letter.
Okay, so I'll take that as a motion to have staff and the mayor write a letter to include water users above 50,000 liter in their master plan. That's moved by Councillor Bulmer. I'm sure the clerk will word that better than I just did there, but can I get a seconder for that so we can discuss it? Councillor Goyda. Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, that seems like a really great transparency thing to do. Putting it in writing, how would a regular resident of Guelph access that information easily is what I'm wondering.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
If I could, the water supply master plan, they update them typically every 5 years in Guelph, and it's a publicly available document online. So anybody could pull up the document, and if it was an appendix to that, they'd be able to look at that appendix and lists of anybody that uses that amount, and they could maybe see it change from time to time, and they'd be able to track then if a industry is using more in the next one or less, it's a way to see how things are improving or changing.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea and I would support that.
Councillor Goyda.
I think that is a brilliant idea, Councillor Balmer. I think I agree with you. I know you've said this many times in the past. It all comes from the same place. And so I think it's important, not only from a transparency perspective, but perhaps even from an accountability perspective. I think that, yeah, I think that is just a fantastic idea, and I would fully support that.
Thank you.
Councillor Spoulos.
That's a question of Council Boomer. Is this for the users within the city of Guelph?
Yes, I'm thinking of those that are connected to the municipal water supply. There are other users within the city of Guelph that have their own wells, and those are listed on the provincial water taking permit list, and just like ours out here. So there's one on Elizabeth Street. There's one up just no, I'm not going to list the names of the companies, but they're publicly known as well. So this would just be for the ones that are connected to the municipal system and metered by the city.
No, I would support that. I agree with you. I guess if we're stymied, we can always go on the freedom of information, get that information if we really want it.
All right, so all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer. Oh,
In
hold
favor.
on. I got the.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I may have missed this, but did we get a seconder?
I did, but I don't remember who it was. I think Councillor Goyda was seconder.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Are you clear on the direction? We're just.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I have it captured.
Should we read it out just to make sure?
Sure.
That consent agenda item 6.1.1 listed for May 4th, 2022 council meeting be received, and that council directs staff to request that the city of Guelph include an appendix in the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan of all the large water users above 50,000 liters per day to better inform residents of how water taking in certain areas is being utilized.
And that listing include how much water they use on a daily and annual basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've added that.
Okay, all in favor for that? Councillor Bailey, I'll come back to you.
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
I'm going to attempt. Oh, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I had an item on this agenda as well, so I didn't hold it because Council Bloomer held it. So if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. There was a resolution 2022-116 dealing with the naming of roads, and in the subsequent resolution dealing with filming out property, there was a motion made that staff report back at future meeting as whether a policy or bylaw is required to enact the regulations outlined in draft policy. I thought we asked that question, and you and the CEO went into a private discussion and agreed that the CEO came out that that's going to be done as well for this particular draft policy.
Are you asking me or are you asking?
I'm asking our clerk whether or not this minute should have included this as well for this item.
Can I actually interject? I feel that we need to, in an answer to that, John, I thought that's how the conversation went as well. And I tried to connect with this Mr. CAO, but he's on vacation now, so I'm trying not to bother him. But if it didn't come back with an opinion from the lawyer on it, then I was going to ask for it the next time we saw the draft. So if it's the position that you want it now, I would suggest that we just have a quick discussion about it, because of some of the advice we received in closed session. I definitely want to have some clarity from our lawyer on this Is that the direction you're going as well?
Yes, I want the minutes to basically say the lawyer to be consulted whether or not should be a bylaw or a policy.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, can we amend those minutes, or is that something staff didn't feel was articulated to them?
So we can certainly amend the minutes. I did go back and watch the video recording, and I know there was lengthy discussion on the filming policy item about clarifying whether it be a policy or a bylaw. I know that the renaming item was dealt with much earlier in the meeting. So in reviewing the minutes, that resolution didn't capture the clause, but I believe in the discussions that we had later in the meeting, staff assumed that we would be looking back for both of those policies to ensure that they should be a bylaw or a policy. So I know that we've had those discussions with our lawyers already. So we're looking at that for the filming as well as for the renaming policy as to whether they should be a bylaw or a policy.
Okay, so I'm satisfied, Mr. Mayor, on that. So the next question is of staff. When would you expect to see the street naming policy or guideline or policy or bylaw coming to council?
May 25th, we'll see the filming policy or bylaw as well as the renaming.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Spillis, can you just tell me the other items that you maybe didn't identify because they were pulled out by Councillor Bulmer, just so I can make a list here, please?
Okay, 6.24.
Yeah.
6.25, I asked myself, nobody else asked that. The 6.28 was Councillor Gord as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So we don't need any resolution for that direction, Ms. White Fox, the minutes will just be amended?
So we had already approved it to receive the 6.1.1. I can add just a note to that resolution that we clarified that section of the minutes as well.
Yes, sorry about that. All right, I had you as well on 6.1.2, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I did. This particular item relates to a proposal by the Halton region to make the building code more green. In other words, ask for the right to alter the Ontario Building Code to conform with the Canadian National Building Code, and if the province doesn't want to do that, then have the ability for individual municipalities to do so. So my question of staff is, what is their opinion and thoughts on supporting this resolution? Is it something that makes sense, that they think that would make sense, or it's something that it's not applicable to Township of Puslinch?
Who wants to answer that one, Andrew or Ms. White Fox? Andrew.
I think I definitely could speak to it. The comment period for the new code that's going to be coming out did close in March. I certainly think we could accept this as information. I don't think we want to get into the case where we are asking for powers to make our own bylaws to supersede the code. There's a section in the Act that speaks specifically to that, and I think really those decisions should be left to the province. We certainly can make comment on that. We'd like them to ask for more green requirements. Historically, the Ontario Building Code has exceeded the National Building Code in the green initiatives. We've always added on our own energy requirements. This new model that they're moving towards, I don't even have all the background. There's going to be training involved in this new tiered system that they're asking about. But my recommendation for this is just to take this as information And we don't need to do much more than that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were broken a little bit there, Andrew, but I did believe I heard you say that your preference would be that if council liked what was proposed here was just to advocate for more greener components to be implemented in the building code versus asking for the delegation of power. You want the power to stay with the province, and if we want some direction going towards greener building practices, that would be the support.
That's a good summary. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Spoulos.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm satisfied. I'm not going to make any motions on this item.
Okay, any councilors have any other comments on that?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Bummer.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Spoulos, for bringing this to the table. I think it's important to recognize as well. I agree with the building chief, the CBO, that I would prefer to keep the code at the provincial level, not establish our own codes for others, but the building code understanding sets the minimum standard, not the maximum. And for ourselves, just like the county has, we can adopt higher standards for our own buildings, much like we did with the facility design manual for accessibility. The county has for the green legacy building standards that they put in place, or LEED standards that exist out there. So as the owner of a building, we can choose to build greener. And I fully would support that if the township was going to build a building in the future and they wanted to go above and beyond what's required, the minimum requirements, that's within our purview. And I think we should look at those things. So thank you for bringing that to the table.
Thank you, Councilor Ballmer. Anything further? Okay, Ms. Whitefox, resolution for 6.14. No, sorry, 6.12.
Yes, it's to receive for information, and we just looking for a seconder.
Can I get a seconder there, please? Councilor Bailey. Okay, all in favor? Councilor Bailey.
Favor.
Councilor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councilor Goyda.
In favor.
And Councilor Spoulos.
In favor.
Now, I believe if I'm not missing anybody, we're on to 6.14. Councilor Ballmer.
Thank you very much. Yes, it isn't so much the content of this report that I wanted to discuss as it is the structure of the report. And in particular, I noted at the end of the staff report, it includes a statement regarding the impact on environmental sustainability. Our reports currently contain comments at the end regarding legislation, provincial legislation and financial impacts of the recommendation in the report. But I was wondering, I'd like to get support from council or an indication from staff. Could we maybe put on our agenda for our June service level discussions, the idea of adding a statement like St. Catharines has at the end of their report regarding the environmental sustainability impact of whatever their report is about, particularly when we see the county now having a carbon committee or I'm sorry, Councillor Bailey, I don't know what the official name of that group is, but perhaps that would be a tie-in to the work that's being done at the county level there. Thank you.
I might be confused. Councilor Ballmer, 6.14 talks about affordable housing and removing the opportunity to appeal them to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Is that the right item that you're speaking of?
I believe it talks about, it's the one about the more homes, more choices. And one of the very last pieces is, just like we have the financial impact, they have a thing called
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if you turn to page 63 of the addendum agenda, there's a statement there that says environmental sustainability implications. And it just basically says there are no environmental sustainability implications associated with this report. And it goes on to say, however, there will be significant decrease in the ability to invest in resilient infrastructure and parkland. So I think what Council Bowman is asking for is our reports have a similar analysis. Is asking now for a discussion at the June meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Spoulos. Yes, and not to decide today to do it, but to have staff put this on the agenda for our service level meeting, because I consider this to be an increase in service levels in preparing staff reports.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I was a little confused there. All right. So to discuss it, we'll get a seconder now. Councilor Spillis, you want to second that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Any comments? Councilor Bailey? Yes.
No, but I'm very happy to look into this and yeah, get on board with some basically it's different messaging, and it's sending a kind of helping send a message. So I'm happy to look into this.
All right, perfect. Councilor Bummer, you spoke already. Councilor Goida?
Yeah, I would be happy to have this part of the service review.
Thank you. And Councilor Spillis?
Yes, I concur.
All right, all in favor. Councilor Bailey?
Favor.
Councilor Bummer?
In favor.
Councilor Goida?
In favor.
And Councilor Spillis?
In favor.
All right, on to 6.24. This is both Councilor Balmer and Councilor Spillis. So Councilor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to, I had a question of staff about this, and it's less about the activity and probably more about the posting. I noted that in several places on this posting or this notice, it describes the operation as being located in Cambridge. And so my concern is one of process. Do we have process in place in the township office to ensure that when things are I shouldn't say they're mislabeled. I expect this is because the address there is RR22 Cambridge or has a Cambridge postal code that is coming up as Cambridge. But when we're searching for these sorts of things, or when staff is searching for these, do we have a method of making sure that we catch these, even if they're labeled as being in Cambridge and when they're actually in Puslinch?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Balmer. We do have a method that we put in place recently for this, and it has to do with a keyword subscribe tool on the ERO. So you can put in several keywords that will prompt you to receive notifications that may impact the municipality. So we have added words such as Cambridge, Guelph, Puslinch, different things that may trigger applications that do have different addresses on them to ensure that we were made aware of those postings.
Thank you. I'd hate to see these things slip through the cracks. And yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilor Spillis, you had comments on this as well?
Yes. Okay, the ERO is still open for comments according to our clerk's email yesterday, I believe. And I think there's two things that are important. First of all, I think we have to comment that we are concerned about this ERO 19-3437, basically application for air noise approval for the operation of hydrovac and liquid soil processing facility. My concern is we're pulling the cart ahead of the horse. You first got to get approval to get the liquid soil on site. Then you can process your equipment. It seems like the proponent is going this way deliberately. There is a companion ERO which was circulated roughly at the same time. Our risk manager commented on it, basically saying we want a discussion before this proceeds any further, and the proponent pulled that request. So in this particular instance, I think we should be asking our CEO or the risk manager or the appropriate staff to make a comment that we're concerned about, that this is the camel putting their nose inside the tent, just to really blow it up into something that's not appropriate for our residents nearby. So that's one component. The other component is, you may recall that there has been various complaints about the operation of Badger, disposing of soil on the gravel pit operation area next door. The CEO said, I'm sending a letter to all the people who've complained. I think this particular one, we should also be sending, advising the residents so they can voice their concerns as well. As Councilor Bowman mentioned, we missed the boat on this one because it was addressed Cambridge. I certainly did. I subscribe to the IROs and I plug in a name plus Lynch. And had I known about this, I would have been raising the issue with staff to put it on the agenda. And unfortunately, we missed it. But fortunately, it's still open for because it's under review, not because they're accepting comments, but as our clerk basically said, yes, we can still provide comments. So my motion would be that staff, appropriate staff, contact the ministry and request dialogue with respect to this proposal, expressing concern with this being done in advance of any formal approvals for liquid soil coming on site.
Thank you, Councillor Spillis. Ms. White Fox, would staff want to have this reviewed or commented on by our consultants, Hydro G and environmentalists? Can you maybe speak to that briefly, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be a good idea to have our risk management official take a look at this. He's been involved with the site previously, and potentially our hydrogeologist as well.
So, Mr. Spoulos, would you mind amending your motion?
Sure, yeah, I said appropriate staff, and to me, appropriate staff would involve the consultants. I can amend that to say appropriate staff and consultants.
Perfect, just a little clear. Excellent. That's a move. Second that is Councillor Balmer. Ms. White Fox, the component Councillor Balmer raised, as well as Councillor Spoulos, was the notification of neighbors. Is the township planning on notifying the neighbors because this was kind of slipped under the radar and it was a Cambridge address, or does that need to be included in the resolution that we circulate this?
So staff have started contacting the affected property owners already with this information, just to ensure that they have enough time to submit comments if they desire to do so.
Perfect. So we have Councillor Spoulos' resolution to have staff and consultants review. And mover and seconder comments. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, we're talking about making comments on it, but when you go to the ERO posting, although the dates say there's still time for comment, it's saying it's closed. So how would someone comment on it now?
I'll let Ms. White Fox answer that first.
Thanks, Councillor Bailey. So the ministry has provided us a contact. It's our local contact where comments can be submitted directly to her email. So that will be communicated to affected residents as well, so that they can make sure they can email in those comments for consideration. The ERO posting is closed, so you won't be able to submit anything through that portal.
Okay, is it common to close it before the date is come? Like it says it's comment periods till May 15th. Is it common to close a comment period before then?
So it's May 15th, 2021.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
So it was closed, but if you notice, it does indicate that it's still under active review, which is what the ministry has said is the trigger to allow us to still provide those comments kind of informally to the local contact.
Okay, so only those that will receive the contact information can make the comments.
So that's our plan right now, to circulate it to those affected property owners. We also have other tools at our disposal on our website where we could place this under public notifications, things like that, to hopefully reach a wider group of folks in the township. We have different tools that we could use if it's not enough to just circulate to those neighbors in direct proximity or those that have complained.
Okay, and then I just had a question. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it right here. I've written down, so they've submitted an application, and I'm wondering if the pause in the excess soil regulation will, do we know if the pause in the excess soil regulation also pauses applications coming through, or is that still happening as far as you know? Does it make sense?
It does. We can certainly follow up. I do know that the proposed regulations coming forward was what initially triggered proponents to bring forward these applications. So I'm not certain how the pause in that regulation affects applications that are currently in the queue.
Yeah, just more, curious how that will impact it, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bomer?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sapoulis. I would like to perhaps make a friendly expansion to your motion to include the fact that I am concerned that I don't recall doing a rezoning for this property to support an industrial use. Yes, the property next door may be zoned extractive, but the place where these trucks are parking, staying overnight, coming and going, this processing, this sounds like an industrial activity, best suited to some place that's zoned industrial. And I don't believe we rezoned this to permit that kind of land use there, particularly when I read in this that there are septage trucks or sewage trucks, loaded sewage trucks going in and out of there and staying for periods of time, perhaps just overnight or over a weekend. That sounds like a trucking depot to me. There's something that doesn't sit right, and I'd like to make sure the ministry is well aware in our correspondence with them that this place is not zoned for the industrial uses that they're applying for permits for, or for the trucks to be there overnight, as the ministry said they're already saying is okay. If you're comfortable with that, Councillor Sapoulis, I'd like to add that to your motion.
I would, but if you read the paragraph, it says that the underway, this is a letter from the ministry, which forwarded the CRO. It basically says under their waste management system, ECA, the company may temporarily store hauled sewage in their vehicles overnight. And
yes,
okay,
but
so I don't know what the ECA relates to on the property, but certainly we can make a motion in that the ministry be made aware that this property is not zoned industrial to handle such activities.
Should we maybe deal with that in-house, Ms. Hoyt-Fox? Do we have confirmation that the use is not permitted? Maybe that's what we need to hear from staff first before we proceed to the ministry level.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in general, zoning information about a property is public information. So this property does have zoning to permit extractive use on the back portion, and on the front portion, it has an agricultural zoning. So just generally speaking, what we know about this operation, it does not appear to be permitted under either of those permitted uses, so neither the extractive or the agricultural zone.
So Councillor Bomer, I would suggest either we'll take this out of Councillor Sapoulis' motion and we can deal with the improper zoning in-house first. Would you be okay with that?
Oh, I understand. I wasn't trying to combine the enforcement piece. I just think it's important that the ministry be advised that they don't have the appropriate zoning to support the activities for which they're seeking a permit for.
Okay, that
That's
makes
all.
more sense. That makes more sense to me. That's not how I understand it at first, but
no.
Ms. White-Fox, are we dealing with the zoning non-compliance issue?
So Mr. Chair, just in terms of confidentiality, I would agree with what Councillor Balmer has stated, that given that it was noted in this letter, that it is a requirement that they consult with the local municipality to ensure zoning is in place. I would agree that that is something that would be appropriate to communicate to the ministry, that there's an objection given that the appropriate zoning is not in place at this time.
Perfect. So does that make sense, everyone? Or was I the only one not on the same page?
I believe, Mr. Mayor, that's what I added to the motion, that the ministry be made aware that this operation does not comply with the current zoning.
Okay. Just want to make sure we were getting it right. Okay. So what do we have captured for the resolution, Ms. White-Fox? Can I have you read it, please?
Yes, the consent agenda item 6.24 listed for the May 4th, 2022 council meeting be received. And the council directs staff to contact the MECP requesting dialogue with respect to this proposal, expressing concern with this application being proposed in advance of any approvals for the liquid soil being placed on site. And the council directs staff to forward the ERO posting to Wellington Source Water Protection and Hardin Environmental for comments. And that staff include in the objection to the proposed application that as the current operation does not comply with the township zoning bylaw.
Perfect. Do we have a mover and seconder for that already?
We have Councillor Sapoulis moving, Councillor Balmer seconding, and this does reflect the friendly amendments.
Excellent. All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey, or did you have any comments, further comments? No. All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey? Oh,
I don't know if Jessica Goyda has had a turn.
sorry, Councillor Goyda.
That's okay. I'm good with the way it is, so it's okay.
All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spose?
In favor.
I believe now 6.25 for you, Councillor Spose?
Yes, this is a permit to take water and they're asking for a 10-year permit. My suggestion is that we ask our hydrogeologist to put a letter into this ERO stating that a 5-year is appropriate given the various climatic changes and the concerns with the impact on the water for our residents.
Can we get a seconder for that, please? For discussion, Councillor Goyda. All right, Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. I did see that length in there. Historically, do we know what they usually have?
I believe it's 10 years, but they give everybody 10 years except Blue Triton, usually. Is that a true statement, Ms. White Fox?
I believe, apologies. I do believe this one is for 10 years is the request. And I can go back and check from records what they had previously, but I believe it was 10 years.
I would
Spode?
support.
Oh,
I think it's good common practice to be changing to that with our climate.
okay, Councillor Balmer?
No, I understand the request from a point of consistency, but to the points that were made previously, to the the volume is not as significant as some of the others, where there's been some concerns about impacts with other large water taking. I'm not familiar with any concerns ever coming to council regarding the water taking here, so I have no issue with asking for 5 years, but I'd like to have some merit behind that request if Mr. Denhoad believes that would be necessary. If there's been no issue, I don't know if there's any benefit to asking for the 5 years here. That would be my comments.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I would support having Hardin Environmental prepare some comments on it. And I guess without knowing what that opinion would be, it's hard to say, but I don't disagree with 5 years being more appropriate given, as Councillor Sapoulis has mentioned, the climatic changes. So, I mean, yeah, I would support Stan reviewing it and providing some comments.
Okay, Councillor Balmer? Oh, I meant Sapoulis. I'm looking at Sapoulis and I said Balmer. Councillor Spose?
Yes, I understand where Councilor Blum is coming from. I could live with the suggestion that we ask our hydrogeologist to review the ERO and submit an appropriate letter to the ministry, taking into account that we've been moving to 5 years for gravel pit operators and other users.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, this was received April 27th. It says 30 days from receipt. of this message. We need to have our questions in. Does the math work out that our May meeting? Oh, yeah, April, May. Are we in May?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not asking us to come back to council. I'm just basically saying, let our hydrogeologist look at it. If he's a concern, he writes in 5 years. If there's no concern, then he says, okay. If you're happy.
Is that the understanding of the counselors? I was understanding they wanted to read the report from Mr. Denhout and then make a decision whether they supported the application for 5 or 10. Like, or the position of either requesting 5 or 10. Did you want to see the report prior to giving that permission, Councillor Bailey?
I think it has some merit to read it. Yeah. I'm also thinking bigger. I'm wondering if there's not just this situation, but looking for opinion on all water taking and maybe coming up with a consistent response when it's 10 and instead requesting 5.
And go back to Ms. White Fox. Ms. White Fox, the next May meeting, does that give us enough time to get a report from Stan? Or was it outside the comment period for this one?
So we're looking at our next meeting being the 25th, and sorry, I believe we had until the 27th would be approximately 30 days. Is that correct?
Yep. So
So we likely could get comments. I will just make another note that we were in touch with Kyle Davis on this to see if he had any concerns, and he is planning on submitting comments to this posting. So it may be beneficial to council if we're looking at the hydrogeology comments, perhaps seeing source water as well.
on the 25th.
We could have it on the 25th, depending on when we receive comments back. They may need to be circulated under separate cover with that agenda. It goes out on the 18th, but I do think we could make it work to have comments back on the 25th.
How's that sound, Councillor Schools?
Yeah, that works for me. I didn't realize that we had time to do this.
Okay, so that's been slightly amended. Councillor Bulmer, I think you seconded that. Did you?
Yes, that's fine. It works for me. Better to have consistent responses from the two consultants.
Okay. All right, so comments on that, Councillor Bailey?
Favor of that.
Okay. Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, that's good with me too.
Okay, all in favor. Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
I believe we're on to 6.26 with Councillor Bulmer.
I believe this is regarding the Plissent Heritage Historical Society letter. It's nice to get an annual update from that group. As council knows, we rent a space from the county within the library for them to operate. And I thought it'd be nice for council to send this organization a letter for their thanking them for all their efforts and making it through the COVID pandemic and opening up again for the public. I know it's difficult for members of council to see the value of this organization. Perhaps sometimes when they were in the township office, it was not uncommon for me to come in and see members of the public perusing their documents on the table in the council chamber. And it was a great opportunity to see the value that the community has for the work that they do. And so I wanted support from council to send them a thank you letter for carrying on in a space that's so publicly accessible. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bailey, supportive of that?
I think that sounds like a wonderful thing to do.
Councillor Goyda?
Yes, of course. Great idea.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Bulmer for thinking of them. That's really good. I support it.
That's a great idea. I'm supportive of that. Do you need a resolution for that, Ms. White Fox?
I do have a resolution prepared. It's just to staff send a thank you letter to the Plissent Historical Society for their contributions to the community. And if I could just get a seconder as well.
Yeah, seconder, please. Somebody. Councillor Bailey, yeah, all in favor. Councillor Bailey? You in favor, Councillor Bailey? Muted. Need to hear. Okay, there we go. Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
I believe Councillor Bulmer, you have 6.27.
Thank you, and I believe Councillor Spoulos had this one as well. This is the one regarding the change. We commented already back a while back on this change to the Aggregate Resources Act regarding the placement of fill or excess soil, I suppose we're supposed to call it. And of course, everybody's probably thinking the same thing I am. How does this work now that they've changed the Aggregate Resources Act to rely on the regulations regarding excess soil, and yet those regulations have now been paused? So does this mean that they'll be able to bring in untested fill that might previously have been tested because those regulations have been paused? I don't know how this is going to work. I honestly thought that this amendment to the Aggregate Resources Act would have been held back until those the pause was lifted on regulating the movement and management of excess soil. So I'm really concerned that this creates a giant loophole unless someone can explain otherwise. So thank you.
Do you have some action you would like to see happen, Councillor Balmer?
No, and you know, I probably should have done more research behind this to try and figure out how this works. And maybe this is more a question for staff that we ask the Ministry of Natural Resources how this will work now with those the placement of excess soils regulations being paused and this being passed. How does that work? But I don't know how to put that question. It's such a big question, and I don't know how to phrase it properly. I expect others around the table will know better who have the similar question.
Ms. Hoyfox, do you have any inclination of a way to word this so we could ask the ministry for a response to this concern?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff expressed the same concern when we saw this notice come through, and the same confusion about how the pause on the reg is going to impact with this going ahead. So staff could certainly send something back to the contact that sent this to us, just requesting more information about how the pause on OREG 40619 impacts the ARA changes that have now come into effect.
It's a good place to start. Right, Councillor Balmer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll take that as a mover. Can we get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Spoulos. Okay, comments, Councillor Bailey?
No, I have the exact confusion question. I'm not clear how this is going to go. I would love to see a big flow chart with arrows and bubbles and something that says, if this, then this. I don't think this is clear at all. And I am quite concerned that this is a loophole that's, yeah, really going to cause havoc in our township here. It's a big concern. So I'd like some clarification, and whatever staff feels is the best way to get quick, direct answers.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I agree with allowing staff to connect with the contact who sent this letter and hopefully get some clarity there.
Okay, and Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, I would agree. I just want to I'm not too sure what the pause was all about. Was it the loads or the implementation of the regs? I kind of suspect it was the taking material from there to here and doing what you have to do to make it compliant. So regardless, that's fine. I can go along with the appropriate the approach rather by staff on this.
Okay, Councillor Balmer, did you have another comment or just move your hand?
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, so Ms. Whitefox, is it clear? Any clarification?
Nope, that's very clear. We can send that question out to the ministry.
Perfect. So all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Favor of that.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Ms. Whitefox, I know we told one of the individuals presenting today 11:30, but I'd just like to go through 6.28, and that will finish off consent items, and then we'll move on to Ms. Wellhome. Okay. All right. So two individuals brought up 6.28. I'll maybe give it to Councillor Balmer as he was the first one to mention it.
Oh, you caught me off guard. Which one was that?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to pause. I'm going to go to Ms. Hoyt Fox and let her give her take on this letter, and that will give us some direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 6.28 was the item that was circulated to council this morning as a requested addition to the agenda. So I apologize for the late notice and that most have not had the chance to review it yet. Staff likewise had the chance to review it this morning as well, just before circulating it. So this is a response from the city of Guelph regarding the Clare Maltby secondary plan. So ongoing discussions with the township hydrogeologist and the city hydrogeologist have been taking place since February of this year. And these are the formal comments that we have received from the city of Guelph with respect to those comments coming from Hardin. This was brought forward this morning as an addition because the city of Guelph is bringing forward the Clare Maltby secondary plan to its council on May 16th. So the timing on this is pretty urgent to have council just review this to see if there's any other outstanding items that need to be addressed and provided back to the city of Guelph prior to their council seeing this on May 16th. It's staff's understanding that there will be that the recommendation from city of Guelph staff is that council make a decision on May 16th at their meeting. So again, there is some urgency if there's anything outstanding from Puslinch Council that we get this communicated to them prior to that meeting.
So Courtney, would it be best practice to have our consultants review this and call special meeting next week ahead of the 16th for council to formalize our comments to these responses?
I think that would be something to discuss for sure. I know that this has not been provided to Hardin Environmental yet to review. Stan has not had an opportunity to look at these comments given that they arrived this morning. So it would be good to get those to him to see if they adequately address the concerns. And then maybe subsequent to his comments, we could make the determination of whether council needs to meet again at a special meeting to follow up on that.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I guess we got to go back and forth here. It's a little disappointing just glancing at it that some of the responses are not a little bit more more involved. But yeah, I guess we should be hearing what Stan's response is.
Councillor Bummer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion. Because when I read this quickly this morning, just as you told us about it, that I couldn't keep track of where we ended up with any of this, and if Stan had a chance to review it again or not. So I'd like to see those comments. I guess my disappointment through this process so far, based on what I read quickly this morning, is the reluctance. It seems like they're still reluctant to do some of the things that our hydrogeologist is requesting. And when I compare that to when the golf course went in next door, the Victoria South or Victoria Valley, many similar requests were made of them, and they did them willingly. And there was some very special monitoring that took place for years after that golf course put in to address the very similar concerns that are being identified with regard to the Clare Maltby development. And that gave the neighbors some comfort that their interests were being considered. So I need to see something from Stan to see where the city, where we've landed on this, so I can put it in context of whether our residents are getting the protection they deserve. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm literally reading this as we're speaking of it, and I'm having a hard time
So was I.
digesting the information in a reasonable amount of time here. So I think that without having really read this in detail, I do see something about GM Blue Plan in there as well. I don't know if there's any need. I think what I've briefly read is they're satisfied. But I think it would be important to understand from Hardin if these responses are adequate, or if there's more, revisions to the comments, or more pressure or importance put on these comments before it goes to the City of Guelph Council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spools?
Yeah, it appears the first item has been adequately addressed, but it's a second item that's concerning. We asked that they provide a monitoring of the aquifer, particularly concerned with the groundwater quality due to road salt. And their response was, yeah, we take it seriously, but all they say, we're gonna put in a salt management plan. Well, okay, that doesn't help me. That just gives me indication you're paying lip service to our requests. So I agree with the approach we're taking, is have our consultant review it and forward, have a special meeting, and we can decide how we want to take the next steps.
Thank you, Councillor Spools. Ms. White Fox, this is part of a larger OPA that's going to be approved. That's the whole Clare Maltby expansion. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And is there other outstanding items that we have, and not getting into specifics, that with that expansion as well?
I'm going back through the comments that we've received to date, just to ensure that nothing has been missed. But if it has been, I'll ensure to send those back to the City of Guelph, just requesting responses in advance of our special meeting that we have to address it. So there's been a lot of back and forth. So I would just like the opportunity to go back and ensure that we've received comments to all of our concerns to date.
So my question for you, because it feels like we're under the gun here, this is going to be approved by the council on the 16th. Our correspondence that we supply to the staff, I assume it's the staff, does that count as a contributing member to the public meeting for the OPA that we could appeal if our concerns are not met? So what I'm getting at is, we should maybe have, depending on what you find in your research from our comments, what has been addressed or what has not been addressed, we should be, I forget the terminology, but if there's a proposal, you have to attend the meeting or submit comments at the meeting in order to appeal to LPAT or whatever the body may be. So again, what comes of your research may be that all of our concerns have been met, but if they're not, is it a possibility to submit official comments at the meeting that is being approved, just to give us that opportunity to ensure that our concerns are met?
So your main question is whether or not we would have the party status in the event of an appeal?
Right.
So these would be our formal comments that would be submitted, but we can just ensure that we have that, that we make that clear when we submit our comments.
I would like to have that discussion for sure when we see this back, if we have a special meeting.
Yep, certainly I can make note of that.
Okay, so do we have a resolution?
So at this point, I believe the direction from council is to forward the comments on to Hardin Environmental to see if the responses from the city are adequate, given that council still has concerns that that some of the items have not been addressed. And we can include in the resolution that council schedule a special meeting to consider those comments once received.
I want to have the discussion with council right now. Just, do we want to ensure that we have party status? We may not need to use it, but just as a little bit of a redundancy or a insurance plan for this OPA, because there are some, we had the setbacks. I believe we discussed. I know they have a height restriction for within X amount of meters from Maltby, but there was discussions about an overall height, restriction, because, as you can see, the two high rises going up on near Clare Road, you can see them from McLean Road now. They break the horizon. So there was a few components there that I'm not sure have been fully addressed. So would council be supportive of staff ensuring that we have party status for this OPA approval? Councillor Bailey.
Sure. Well, yeah, looking into it, I don't know what constitutes party status. I don't know if what the rules are around that, but I'm fine with staff looking into it. It's something to have in the back pocket, maybe.
Councillor Balmer.
I believe the wording that's read out at those public meetings is that you have to either make comment at a public meeting or submit comments prior to the decision. We've already made comments prior to the decision, so we would have standing. We'd have the ability to appeal. I think we've made sufficient comments to the city on the official plan amendment, and you don't have to. I don't believe your appeal would be limited to just those things you've commented on. All you have to do is indicate that you have a concern or an objection or unresolved concerns. So based on my understanding of all the public meetings and processes I've been through, I think our standing is sufficiently secured already. So.
Yeah, I just want clarification on that. Submitting comments at a public meeting, I'll leave it with staff. I'm comfortable leaving it with staff, but I just want to make sure we have that party status, because I'm not sure that comments between mutual levels of government constitute comments at a public meeting or for the. I'm not a clerk, so I think Ms. White Fox has heard that, but let's see, Councillor Goyda, did I skip you? No.
No, I just don't think you've come to me yet, but I think, yeah, that makes sense to me. Regardless of what we have commented in the past, I think I'm understanding this properly, that it is our intention that we are still going to submit comments based on what Stan says in his review of this response from the city. And so, and to me, that would count as official comments that could be appealed later. I'm talking in circles. I don't know if I'm making sense, but am I understanding that correctly? Hardin will provide comments, then we're going to potentially meet again next week so that those comments can form like an overall comment to the city of Guelph. Okay.
And then staff's just gonna ensure the mayor's concern is not valid, that we have party status. That's all I'm concerned about. So sounds like there isn't any concern there, but Councillor Spools.
Yes, I support it. It doesn't hurt to have a checkbox checked off to say, yes, we have no issues, and if that can be reported at the next meeting, that's fine. And if there is a concern, we got to do something, well, then we can do something at that meeting.
Courtney and I briefly discussed some timing next week. I actually have a pretty open week if we need to have a meeting. So Tuesday I'm busy with county stuff, but the rest of the week I'm pretty good. So if need be, I don't know if anybody has any days that we can go. We'll figure it out between Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. We'll find a time that, if need be, to review Hardin's environmental, and we'll just get Ms. White Fox to send out some options if that transpires. Okay. All right, Ms. White Fox, do you have a resolution? Do you have a mover and seconder for it?
So I had that Councillor Goyda had requested this be removed, but I'm not sure if Councillor Goyda is the mover for this, and I do just need a seconder.
Sure, she's a mover, and I think it was actually Balmer, and maybe it was Goyda. Sorry, doesn't matter. Moved by Councillor Goyda, seconded by someone. Councillor Spoulos. All right. Do you have another comment? Sorry, it went blurry. My internet's acting up.
I'm just seconding.
Yep. And all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
Favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
I'm still waiting for the new fiber to come to Morrison. All right. There was a rumor out there that the mayor had fiber and the rest of the people in Morrison did not. So I had to set the record straight. I do not have the fiber. All right, we are on to 10.1. Sorry, I have to ask Ms. White Fox, is Ms. Wilhelm available?
Yes, Ms. Wilhelm is here. I'll just move her over.
Perfect. What's going on today? Hi, Sarah.
I'm here. So I'm happy to be here. Hello to you, Mayor Sealy, and members of council. I'll just provide a high-level overview of the report for everyone. I think it's important to tease out what this means for Puslinch, because you might have noticed you're not in there a lot, and I'd like to explain. So we have a staff report and a technical report from Watson and Associates for the draft land needs assessment. This is an urban land needs assessment, essentially. And broadly speaking, a land needs assessment is a process that translates the projected number of people and jobs to 2051 into an amount of land needed to deliver that growth. So because the work is focused on urban land need and all of the growth in Puslinch is considered rural growth, that's why Puslinch isn't front and center in the report. The fact that Puslinch growth is in the rural bucket, it gives more flexibility to the township because all of your growth is in that one form, and it is quite difficult to forecast small amounts of growth, which we've done in the past for Morriston and Aberfoyle. It ends up being 10 units over a long period of time. So now it's all together. I'd like to refer to pages in the report on your agenda. So on the second page of the report, which is page 315, we have the key findings. And so the intensification target, to clarify, rural settlements are not subject to the specific 15% intensification target. So Aberfoyle and Morriston, because of their small size and private servicing, we won't be measuring that target, but under the policies, it's still important to prioritize intensification in those areas and look at redevelopment and compact built form ahead of expanding settlement boundaries, and also to try to provide a range and mix of housing within the constraints that you have with servicing. The greenfield area density target, that's also another target that is not applicable to Puslinch, and this is a good thing because it would really be impossible for the township to meet that target on private services. And it would bring down the average rate that we measure across the county. So it would mean that other urban areas would have to provide well over 40 to kind of make a difference. And then for the employment area density target, we have a target established or proposed for urban employment areas. We did ask Watson to also include some work on a rural employment density target, which they've established for consideration, but it's not a requirement under the land needs assessment methodology. And then that translates into a land need, which I'll talk about a bit later. The housing forecast by policy area, because Puslinch growth is rural, it's accounted for as part of that 10% forecast to the rural area. But again, rural settlements are encouraged to develop into complete communities like the more urban areas in Wellington, but they're not intended to play a major role in accommodating the growth targets that are prescribed by the province. Looking at urban employment area conversions, there were none no requests in Puslinch, so that's not applicable. On the next page, the report moves into a summary of urban community area land needs. So that's non-industrial land needs, residential and commercial, institutional. Again, not applicable to Puslinch. So Aberfoyle and Morriston were not evaluated at this time. Excuse me. But the provincial policies still require the focus of growth and development to be in settlement areas, which are built up with development and have a range of land uses. So this applies to both urban and rural areas. So Aberfoyle, Morriston, and the hamlet of Arkle and Puslinch if approved. And then on to the next page, 317, for urban employment area land needs. Again, we see the results of that for the rural employment area, which is a need for about 30 hectares in Puslinch. And so this would be evaluated as part of that study, the regionally significant economic development area in Puslinch. So that's where we would be looking at specific locations for that growth. We intentionally oversized the study area to allow for consideration of different location options for that future growth, and also to allow for the possibility of identifying future employment areas. So what we'd like to see happen is that we'd look at the 30 hectare area, but also look for future areas over and above that. The growth plan does allow for some consideration in that area. So I'm hoping that we can do that too. Looking at the consultation summary, there were questions related to Puslinch that came up in the public information session. Identification or a request about identifying Crieff and Killian as hamlets, questions about the Audrey Meadows application, and then a question about what type of development could occur in the hamlet of Puslinch. I'll leave it at that, and if you have questions about those specifically, I can respond. Then just moving into next steps, page 320, really phase 3 will be the key for Puslinch and your involvement in the municipal comprehensive review. That is actually shaping up to be the biggest exciting part so far. A lot of interest certainly in the urban areas, but also in the rural areas too. So looking at rural employment area needs, what I just mentioned about the study area that we've set out. I should note that we have a report going to Planning Committee in May on Official Plan Amendment 119, which includes that in the hamlet of Puslinch. But because the provincial government has called the election, they won't be able to deal with it, unfortunately, as will be the case for a lot of matters before the government. In any event, I can advise you that we did not receive any comments from the province on the amendment. They were circulated the amendment in early September. We were hoping to get comments from them before the writ was drawn, and they were not provided to us. Okay, and then back to next steps. Rural residential development potential in Aberfoyle will need to be looked at. That includes future development lands that are currently located across from the fire hall and the works yard. So that's area that's already within the urban limit that is available for development. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with the landowner and what their plans might be, but that's an area that would need to be looked at. We'd want to look within Morriston and the hamlet of Arkle as a priority. Not sure where we'll end up regarding the need for rounding out or expansions in these areas. That's something that will need to be looked at further. And as council is aware, there are a lot of implications related to the Greenbelt expansion, the natural heritage system, and the agricultural system mapping that we'll need to look at. I can advise that we have started work on the agricultural mapping and policy review. We're in the early stages. We've hired a consultant to help us. And you'll certainly be hearing more about that as the work progresses. And I have to reiterate how important the Greenbelt Plan is. It is a major factor. It has a very restrictive set of criteria that applies to expansions in Morriston. Without having full services, there's a prohibition on expansion. But that's why we included lands adjacent to Morriston in that economic development study area, which requires support of the province, but it gives us a chance to look at land use in between the bypass and Morriston and a couple other areas through that process instead. We'll also need to look at severances in the secondary agricultural area, and we know from an earlier council resolution that Puslinch is quite interested in that. And we are looking at a new concept that we're exploring for rural clusters, but it's too early for me to get too much into that at this point, but it would be something that we'll look at as part of phase 3. And we're in the process of developing the work plan. So we're wanting to move forward quickly and but make sure that we've got a good plan locked in. So at that, we're looking forward to continuing to work with the township, and I hope you don't feel forgotten, because you're very much on our radar, and we'll certainly keep your staff involved and look for ways to kind of customize your needs for bringing in the community into this process.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you've covered that well. And my question was about, what does this report, how does it impact on Puslinch? But I guess I'm just really looking forward to phase 3 to see where we can get some information. In terms of phase 3, what is the timelines, or what does the timing look like for that?
What a great question. I would like to say that we'll be commencing it over the summer. The only hesitation I have there is that we will be retaining consultants to assist us with that work. So Watson and Associates are certainly on board, but we'll be looking to bring in a planning consulting firm to also support us with that work, because it's a lot of effort. There are only 2 of us here that do the policy work, and we're dealing with the entire county. So that might take us a little bit of time to nail down the details and bring them online, but my hope would be over the summer.
She's frozen. Any further? Oh, she's back.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again, Ms. Wilhelm. Always enjoy your reports and your presentations.
Thank you.
It's really quite an eye opener to. I think in all my years I've been doing this, we've had a surplus ever since amalgamation took place in the county. We've been looking at a surplus of employment lands, and it's really something to see for the first time, not just a countywide that we're shortage, but also we have a local shortage, which I think, as you mentioned, I'm glad you explained how that could be put to use here in the township. Glad you talked about phase 3 of this study, and I'm going to add a question about the residential growth potential on residential units. You mentioned that in the report in your presentation, you'd be looking at possible some minor intensifications within the, I think they're now called secondary settlement areas, being the hamlets, and you mentioned severances. But I'm sure, as you're aware, that the township is currently going through and amending its policies and its zoning bylaws regarding excessive additional residential units, and making them sort of an as of right, and possibly permitting up to 3 per property. And I realize that's not in place now, but it may be in place by the time phase 3 gets underway. Or is that something you can take into consideration? Because that's, on paper, it's essentially a tripling of residential units if we can go from 1 per property to 3. understanding that not everybody will do it, but being an as of right opportunity as opposed to having to go through the process to create a severance may make it more appealing for some than severing off a lot. So maybe you can help me understand how that change to our zoning policy will be taken into account as part of the phase 3 study.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a really positive change for you to be making and very forward thinking. The urban land need work, without having Watson here to explain it in a lot of detail, I know that they did give consideration to additional residential units, and they came up with a threshold or a rule of thumb for what percentage that might be. And then we have a monitoring program where we receive monthly building permits from all of our municipalities. And so we'll need to make sure that they're being coded properly by building officials, and so that we can measure the uptake on them, because that's, maybe we'll be able to give consideration to it for sure to answer your question in phase 3. But I think what we don't know is what the uptake will be. And so it's important to monitor that and have a good idea of what that looks like. So yeah, definitely, I appreciate you raising it, and we can build that in as part of the work plan.
Super, thank you so much. Yeah, even though we're not there yet, it's amazing how many people I've heard from who are very keen to take advantage of it, just from an affordability perspective. So thank you for considering it.
Okay.
Councilor Goyda?
Thank you, Sarah, for being here. I think it's really just so remarkable how much work and detail and analysis has gone into this process. I was able to attend that public information center, and I was just, super, super impressed with just the thoroughness and detail of everything. So thank you for that. This phase, the land needs assessment, I realize that's a key piece in informing the next phase. And that phase 3, is the phase where I think residents, specifically residents in Puss Lynch, will be most interested, because of it looking at the severances and the development in the secondary urban centers and hamlets. And just on that point, the information in the reports are extremely thorough, as I mentioned, which of course is important, but for the average person trying to navigate that information and make sense of it all, it can be super confusing and daunting and overwhelming. The report talks about hosting additional engagement during the phase 3 to allow various groups and public to comment. But I guess I was wondering if there is any opportunity to perhaps host some, whether they be workshops or like just educational presentations that could kind of simplify the information so that everyone who wishes to provide input can do so in a meaningful way, that they're not feeling that they can't comment because they don't understand it. Because I think this next phase is really important to a lot of various groups in the township of Puss Lynch specifically. And I know, like, even for myself reading it sometimes, it's like I don't necessarily understand how to connect all the points. So I was just wondering if that could be considered as part of that next phase.
Yeah, it's a great comment. As most of you know, most of my career has been spent as a development planner. So coming into the policy world, I've implemented a lot of policy, but getting into this kind of a study has been a real eye opener for me too. And it was one of my goals as moving into policy was to try to make it accessible for people. And so I will definitely take that away and think about how we can do better with that. We did publish a growth management overview document, but kind of lays out the nuts and bolts. It doesn't actually get into the results, you know. So I can see like the other thing we did is we did one pager growth highlights, but still the way it translates into the land need is just kind of mind blowing. All the steps that they have to go through. So I'll take that away and think about what we can do to make it more accessible for people.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, thank you very much, sir, for coming and enlightening us and allowing us to ask questions to educate ourselves. I have a series of questions. I'd appreciate if you can provide some answers. As one of the comments made by a resident was, can areas like Crieff and Clayan be designated as hamlets in a county official plan? So is this something that could be done as part of phase 3, or is it something that could be considered a rural cluster? My concern is with the Greenbelt expansion coming, and we don't do something about areas such as this, we could be really hemmed into what flexibility we have for future expansion in our township.
Yeah, thank you. I know we were certainly quite concerned about the expansion. The province has pressed the pause button on that part for now, but I don't think it's going away. So when we identified Puslinch as a hamlet in official plan amendment 119, we did carefully consider what we were doing, and technically and the policies prohibit the identification of new settlement areas. So even identifying Puslinch as a hamlet was a stretch, and needs the support of the province to see that happen, especially with it being in the Greenbelt. And so I think we were able to distinguish it enough and tie it to the bypass project that we felt that we might be able to get support. But we didn't feel that we would be able to make an argument for the others. But that doesn't mean, and so that's why we've come up with this different solution of rural clusters. And I haven't presented it to planning committee yet or council. So I guess you'll have to trust me that, you know, if that's something that we're interested in looking at in the future, and tying it into the secondary agricultural lot creation policies, perhaps. I looked at Crieff, and Crieff is secondary agricultural and a candidate area in the ag system mapping. Killeen, I wasn't sure where it was, so I wasn't able to look at that one. So if it's prime agricultural, I think it wouldn't qualify to have residential severances today. But we can look at identifying, and that's why I think calling it rural clusters allows for us to maybe, you know, take a different look at what we want in the rural system. You know, do you want to continue with dispersed severances, or does it make more sense to look at areas that are already fragmented and concentrate them there? I think as we continue to evaluate the constraints that will be coming with the natural heritage system and more prime agricultural land, maybe those answers will become more clear, and we might be pushed into a different scenario. But we're definitely looking at a way to try to allow for infilling severances without being able to identify them as a new hamlet, if that makes sense.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, no, that's the first time I heard the term rural clusters. I'm glad you brought it
Well,
up.
you're hearing it from me first.
All right. Great. Okay, next question. You mentioned about the shortage of industrial commercial lands in Puslinch of 30 hectares. Is that a separate exercise, or is that part of the regionally significant economic development area that you're proposing?
Yeah, so that would, the intention would be that would be part of that area.
Okay.
That is what Watson identified as your future land need for rural employment land anywhere in the township to meet your growth to 2051. And you know, part of me, I'm glad there's a need, but on the other hand, it's not a huge area, and I think, gosh, you know, we have this study that we want to do, but you know, you need to find the right place for it, and then I'm hopeful that we might be able to identify some additional land that could be brought on stream the next time we do another official plan review. So that's how I hope we can maybe get that and then a bit more.
Oh, that's good. That gives a little bit more flexibility. Phase 3, will that include rounding out Morrison, Aberfoyle? What I'm looking at is specifically trying to expand the boundaries of those two areas. Aberfoyle, my pet theory is, like, we got a lot of land within Aberfoyle that's you can't develop on. It's within the floodplain, so to speak, and somehow can we not look at expanding the boundaries of Aberfoyle to compensate for that? I was wondering if that is something that could be looked at as part of phase 3, or is that basically shut down by the province, basically?
No, I don't think it is shut down by the province. I think in terms of the hierarchy, so there's a hierarchy of where we direct growth, and Aberfoyle and Morriston would be at the top of they are the top priority. The issue with Morriston is that restrictive policy in the Greenbelt, which says you can't expand if you don't have full services. And then even if you had full services, it only allows a 10-hectare expansion, half of which can be for residential growth. So it's very limited. Now, and that's why, you know, we have to really watch the expansion and what happens with that. And not to get into too much detail, but you know, there are other municipalities that have the Greenbelt in them, other urban municipalities that were allowed to have what was called a white belt area that allowed for future growth before it put them into the Greenbelt Plan. And I mean, that's in the order of thousands of hectares. And we never had that benefit when it came into Wellington. So, you know, what the way that I tried to work with that was to include land in the economic development study area that's adjacent to Morriston that might be appropriate for growth, perhaps residential growth. But what it says in the policy is, you know, it's primarily employment that is meant for that policy, but it's also says, and other uses based on need. And that was the way of introducing the idea that maybe we could have some expansion in Morriston, but we've run up against a wall, certainly up until now. So it really we really need the support of the province for the Pustinch Hamlet, which also will offer some additional growth, certainly employment growth adjacent to the bypass, and also some residential growth opportunities on the other side of the highway. So that's something that would, you know, we'll need to start looking at what the yield of that might be as well, and that will add into your growth pot, so to speak, if it's approved.
Sure. The last question relates to the highway commercial designation to mixed-use corridor designation to allow for flexibility, marketplace, et cetera, et cetera. Is that applicable to Pustinch? I'm thinking the highway corridor between 401 and Gilmore.
Right. I would definitely call that a highway commercial area, that corridor on Brock Road toward Highway 401, but it's not technically designated. It's designated industrial, but there's a special policy area over it, the Puslinch Economic Development Area, and it allows for commercial uses in it as an after use to extractive sites. So there, other than some extractive areas, there aren't a lot of lands left for growth. There are a few across from Tim Hortons, and but in terms of a traditional designated highway commercial lot in Puslinch, Wren's Pet Depot is the only one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, oddly enough, but it's certainly. Yeah, it's something that, you know, I'll keep in the back of my mind and note. But I think really, I'm not sure how much more highway commercial, but you're probably thinking more about the mixed use. Certainly, that's something that we can keep in mind for phase 3. And by the way, it's really helpful. I'm so glad you asked me to come today, because getting this feedback now before I've even written, oh, don't we all look good? And then everybody's happy.
Well, nobody wants to rewrite a report, right? You know,
right, yeah, like
oh,
it's,
I didn't know that's true.
or add to the budget, or, you know, like if we can build it in now, I think that's just wonderful. Not to say that we're going to hit on everything first out the gate, but yeah. So I appreciate that thinking, because, you know, Puslinch needs a range of uses just like everywhere else.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay, few things. One thing I want to mention to this council is that Mayor Lennox made note at County Council that he had been contacted by the OFA and their concerns with hamlet expansion in the northern part of the county, because that's going to, you know, affect prime agricultural lands. And how many million reports ago we've seen the map where, you know, Puslinch has secondary ag and the northern part of the county has prime ag, but that's where the growth is going. So I see a real opportunity, and it sounds like you have a handle on it, Sarah. These Aberfoyle expansions, the Morrison one is very, very tricky, but the Aberfoyle expansion specifically, I feel is a good candidate, because there is secondary ag around there, and that won't affect prime ag. And however, it does also bring its challenges with how much we're permitted. But I'd really like to take a big look at getting as much land as possible for that expansion. And I'll go back to Erin is going to have a development come online in Osbridge on a previous aggregate operation. And I was talking to Councillor Duncan about it. I said, how the heck how are you getting this development? And his opinion was, or what he expressed to me, was that when the Greenbelt was coming in, Matthew would know the date because he's been around since then.
2004.
That they had a special meeting and involved the county to expand the boundary of Erin to encompass these lands ahead of the Greenbelt. Well, I feel that we have to take that same approach, because we've been kind of put on notice of Greenbelt expansion. So let's make sure we get as much designated around Arkell and Aberfoyle. And I really appreciate the work around Morriston. There is a giant wall there that is going to be very difficult to climb. So I wouldn't say don't pursue it, but recognizing that one's a tough one. It may be easier once the bypass is built. The other thing, I'm really looking forward to phase 3. That was my first question when I had my agenda prep with staff yesterday. I said, from what I'm reading this report, phase 3 is important. I think their answer to me was, that's a good question, ask Sarah. So everything I've heard, trying to look at I do bang this drum a little bit. We've asked for a buffer with the city of Guelph for their Clare Maltby expansion of X amount of meters on the north side of Maltby, and the exact number escapes me. It's somewhere around 50-60 meters, but we have a 1 kilometer exclusion on the south side of Maltby for development. Now, if we have a Aberfoyle boundary expansion, that 1 kilometer exclusion could be something that would need to be resolved. So I'd be looking to see that, maybe reduced to 500 meters, which is still, I feel, sufficient. I understand why that was in place years ago. I mean, they wanted direct growth to the core of each municipality, not to the fringes, and there'd be concerns around annexation and those types of things. But I feel that could be reviewed. So I bring that up each time. The rural cluster sounds excellent. I was glad to hear that. But other than that, I feel the counselors did a great job, and your report was excellent, Sarah, and I appreciate all the work that is going into this. And it was weird to read a whole report and not see Quistland mentioned until maybe never.
I know. That's why I'm glad. Yeah, glad to be here.
So I have nothing further. I don't know if we're just going to receive that likely for information. I don't know if council has anything further from my comments. No, that's how good my comments were, Sarah. They don't need to.
Awesome.
No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And I think we have a resolution to receive that for information.
Thank you so much.
It's always nice to see you. Ms. White-Fox.
Yes, the council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding the land needs assessment from the County of Wellington for information.
You're going to move it for that, please.
I'll move.
Thank you. A seconder, Councilor Spoulos. And all in favor, Councilor Bailey,
Favor.
Councilor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councilor Goida,
In favor.
and Councilor Spoulos.
In favor.
That's great. Ms. White-Fox, is Inspector Thomas with us yet?
Yes, he is. I can move him over.
Gonna take a break. Guess we're not. Okay. We'll have our conversation with the inspector, and then we'll take a break and get into the rest of the agenda.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can all hear me.
I can hear you loud and clear, Inspector Thomas. I guess it's acting Inspector Thomas at this point.
It's acting inspector at this point, yes. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Quistland Council for inviting me to speak today. I really appreciate that. It's always a great opportunity to connect with the municipalities. I was asked to speak today about the Brock Road speeding concerns. And I just wanted to give a bit of background. We have the Black Cat speed monitoring devices now in our arsenal of tools to use to monitor chronic traffic complaint areas. So at the end of January, we deployed one of those Black Cat speed measuring devices to the Brock Road area in Aberfoyle. We had the Black Cats up for a period of approximately 5 days. And during that time, there's a lot of traffic on Brock Road. In those 5 days, we captured 29,516 vehicles going northbound and 34,223 vehicles going southbound. And the 85th percentile speed was greater than 65 kilometers per hour. So that sort of triggers us to suggest that we need to do some more focused enforcement in that area. So you may have heard the term enhanced enforcement. So I just want to give you a bit of a background onto sort of what that kind of means. So once we've identified an area like Brock Road as having some speeding concerns, we enact sort of our enhanced enforcement protocols. And really what that is it's a targeted approach to traffic enforcement based on those statistics, including those speeds and volumes. And what we do is after that study is complete and it's identified a speeding concern like it has in the Brock Road area, we assign that specific location to one of our traffic management unit members, as well as we let the rest of our members know that are out there. But specifically, a traffic management unit member is assigned that particular area to do, as one of the areas they need to focus on during their day-to-day patrols. We also would like to do some education around this stuff and basically make our presence known and enforce the traffic laws. So, we we do enforce. There's no set time for that enhanced enforcement to end. So you will see our traffic management unit member down there as often as they can get down there. So I wanted to share with you some statistics from our enhanced enforcement efforts so far. Now I have two sets of statistics for you. I have some that are specifically to Brock Road, and then I have some other ones from Puslinch as a whole, as a township. So from the end of January until just last week when we checked the data, and this is specifically to Brock Road, our members have weighed 20 speeding infractions, 4 amber and red light violations, 1 race motor vehicle, 1 impaired driving, 1 failed to yield, 3 Automobile Insurance Act charges, 2 careless driving charges, 1 improper turn charge, and 4 other. Now the other could be failing to surrender your ownership or something like that, but those are captured in the other areas. So quite a substantial amount of enforcement in particular on Brock Road there, but as a whole in Puslinch, since this study began at the end of January, we've had, and now I have it in a graph, and I'll try and, it's a little small on my computer screen, but in Puslinch since the end of January, we've laid 50 speeding charges, 8 careless driving, 3 stop sign violations, 1 drive motor vehicle no license, 7 drive motor vehicle no permit, 3 seatbelt violations, 3 fail to surrender driver's license violations, 10 insurance card violations, 3 failing to surrender the insurance card, and we've actually had 3 overweight vehicles on a particular access. We do have a commercial motor vehicle inspector that is one of our traffic management unit members, so he's often down in Puslinch because of there's a high commercial vehicle volume down there and doing some inspections. So we did get a couple of weight charges during that time. So that's the data so far this year, from the end of January until present. Breaking it down from Brock Road and Puslinch as a whole. Our traffic management unit member that's assigned that area will continue to do his targeted enforcement in that area when he gets down there. But subject to questions, that's sort of where we've gotten to with regards to our Black Cat deployment. It's such a valuable tool to have for us because it does give us that sort of unbiased snapshot of the traffic issue, because when we sit down there with a cruiser, it's hard to get a good sense of the speeds, because obviously a lot of people slow down when they see a police car. So that's why those Black Cats are so valuable, and that was the data that we gleaned from that. And we have spent some time down in the Brock Road area doing some traffic enforcement, and we will continue to do that.
Awesome, thank you, Acting Inspector Thomas. I had wrote down here, I wanted to ask you how those Black Cats are operating on a 4-lane traffic. I know when we were considering purchasing them, or I don't know if we purchased them or we just had to give you the budget money to purchase them, it doesn't matter. Are they working well on the volumes that you're seeing on Brock Road and then the fact that it's 4 lanes?
Yeah, they're working very well. Like I said, it showed about approximately 30,000 vehicles north and southbound during that study period. So it is able to capture the number of vehicles that are going past it, as well as their speeds, and it logs that all in its software program that we're able to get the data from after the fact, right? So they are very, very valuable. It's a wonderful tool to have.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and they worked well through the winter. Obviously, they were deployed, so
yeah, no issues. I mean, battery life maybe isn't quite as long in the cold weather, but nonetheless, we're still able to. I mean, this one was the end of January, and it was a cold winter, and we were able to keep it up there for around 5 days. So they do their job even in the cold weather.
Excellent. All right, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much for coming today. I think this is a really great way to just have a lot more awareness about what OPP are seeing and versus what residents are seeing and what as council we're hearing from comments. 2 questions I have, and they've stemmed just from residents, asking me, and I don't know the answer. One is in terms of the noise of traffic. And they were wondering whether there is any way to measure excessive noise due to, fancy sports cars or vehicles that may or may not have sort of a way to keep their engines quiet.
Yeah, that's a great question. The short answer is our detachment, we don't have any devices that are able to measure the level of sound. Excessive noise from a muffler is a bit of a subjective section of the Highway Traffic Act. But certainly there's stuff in there about modifications and all that to your exhaust system, but it is largely subjective. And in an area of Brock Road that has such a large amount of traffic, right? How, it's a bit difficult to pinpoint, which exact vehicle is making the most noise when there's, many vehicles passing you perhaps at the same time. But, we don't have I'm not even sure what they're called, a noise meter, if you want to call it that. We don't have one in Wellington County. But again, with a large volume of traffic, it'd be pretty tough to distinguish which, it'd be okay, say late at night, perhaps when the volume's a bit down, but nonetheless, we do lay improper muffler charges, but that's largely due to if they've been modified and stuff like that, right? Then the noise part is a bit more subjective. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it would be, I guess it would be hard to measure one out of that many vehicles coming down. The other question that was asked to me was if there's a way to distinguish between the percent of cars speeding versus excessive speeding.
Well, again, like those Black Cat speed monitoring devices give us those actual speeds, right? So, I mean, there's no definition for what excessive speed is, right? So, you have your threshold for stunt driving, right? And that's in a 50 zone, that'd be 40 kilometers over the speed limit. But, there's no, 1 kilometer over the speed limit is technically speeding by the Highway Traffic Act, right? So, there's no definition in the act as to what excessive speed is. It's the next threshold is what is stunt driving or racing, for lack of a better term, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't clear on what that was, so that helps me. I think that's all the question I have. I do want to say thank you. I sent a note to one of the sergeants and requesting a Black Cat, and it was very quick turnaround. So appreciate that happening right now.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe chime in a little bit. I don't want to speak for you, Inspector, but typically if it's 15 kilometers an hour in and around that, there's no hard line. But with these Black Cats, if the traffic is only showing less than 15 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, that's generally the recommendation from the policing side is that there isn't additional resources required. Once it goes above 15 kilometers an hour in the 85th percentile, which means 85% of the people, then you start to take a little bit deeper look into it and start to decide whether or not you're going to add additional units. I think that's what Councillor Bailey was trying to get a little bit of clarity on. I hope that helps, and I hope I didn't speak out of turn there.
No, Mayor, you're absolutely right. That's a great explanation as far as where sort of we've set our threshold. But again, I just want to note, just because perhaps, the 85th percentile isn't over that 15 kilometer sort of an hour overage, that doesn't mean that our officers aren't in that area doing enforcement on occasion, right? So, we are out there, and, this just sort of focuses our attention a little more again. And, as the counselor said, they get calls and emails from constituents about speeding issues, and we do get those all over the county, right? So it's a tool to get us to focus in on a particular area, and that's why those Black Cats are so valuable. It allows us to do that analysis to say, yes, we do need to spend some time and focus some efforts in a particular area.
Okay, Councillor Bomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Acting Inspector. Appreciate the report, and thank you for the update on Brock Road. As more enforcement is applied to Brock Road, we may see increased traffic divert to other parallel roads. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how often would you put a black cat up on someplace like Victoria Road, which is parallel and also sees a lot of traffic running from the city of Guelph southbound?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, we deploy them, there's a few different, sort of, I'll say, reasons why we would deploy them. One of them is, traffic complaints that we get directly to the OPP, right? So that'd be, the public calling into our comm center and reporting a traffic type occurrence to us. So we would take that data. The other way is, we do get referrals from municipalities that they are receiving traffic complaints in a particular area. We also look at collision data as well. And the fourth thing is, it's our officers' observations out there too, right? So any number or combination of those factors might trigger us to decide to put a black cat out in a specific area to get that data based on those factors.
So if we do receive a call from a resident, it is the right thing for us to direct them to you, and that will be add to that database and
Right.
perhaps lead to a black cat.
Correct.
Okay.
Like we encourage the public to, if they have a traffic complaint issue, whether it's at the time or even after the fact, we do encourage them to call the police, because that way it registers in our, our database that a call has happened in this particular area. And eventually if we go and look at some data, it'll say, there's been X many number of calls in this particular area. So that will help us, just decide to focus some enforcement in a particular area.
Super, thank you. You also mentioned, I was glad to hear that you have a commercial vehicle specialist on the traffic task force. And we have an issue, particularly this year on Watson Road, with a lot of, it's signed for no trucks. And we even had a truck stuck on Watson Road at night because of the snowstorm, and it clearly shouldn't have been there. But I don't know who, is this something the OPP does enforcement on trucks on no truck routes, or is that a municipal staff thing?
Oh yeah, we can enforce that type of thing. I mean, I don't know the exact location, but we have options. Like there's the reduced load periods. There's could be disobey sign again, like if it's a regulation highway traffic act sign. Like there's a number of avenues. But again, like I encourage people that believe they are witnessing a traffic violation to call us. And then we can assign someone appropriately, right? And yeah, we are very fortunate to have a commercial vehicle inspector as one of our officers. He does quite a number of inspections a year, and that's a great resource to have. Without, we do partner with our neighboring police services as well as MTO, but to have a truck inspector on our own staff is a great resource.
Excellent. And it would be nice if there was a black cat for this, so we could identify the peak times for when the trucks are disobeying the signs. But I guess there isn't such a thing, a truck cat.
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, that there's no video on that device, right? So we just get the number of vehicles. It doesn't distinguish if it's a car or a motorcycle or that type of thing.
Super. Thank you so much for your time today.
You're very welcome.
Inspector, I don't mean to be contradictory, but when we were looking at the purchasing those, I was under the impression that they could differentiate between commercial motor vehicles and residential vehicles. So I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but maybe if you wouldn't mind looking into that and finding out the capabilities of the black cat, because if in fact it can differentiate, then there might be a willingness of this council to have it placed at Watson. I don't know when peak time is again for the commercial vehicles, and determine how many. Well, actually, Councillor Bowman, we're putting up always stop signs on Watson, so that might deter the commercial trucks from going down there. But if you wouldn't mind getting back to me on that, if that is actually a possibility for those
Sure
black
can.
cats, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem at all. I'm gonna make a note to myself right now.
Councillor Goyda?
Thank you very much. I did have some questions, which I think you've pretty much answered already. It was mostly to do with, how it gets decided where these black cats get deployed. But I think what I'm hearing from you is it's based on a great number of things. It could be complaints. It could be just things that you yourselves have noticed, and then how that translates into actual enforcement. And I think I understand what you're saying. I guess the reason I was wondering those questions, because it seems as though speeding in particular is becoming an increasing problem on all roads throughout the township and perhaps in other areas as well. But is the data that has been collected to date from those black cats indicating that same thing? Or is it just that, you know, the perception is that speeding has increased because people have been home more and noticing things more? And I'm just trying to gauge, you know, how big of a concern speeding is throughout the various roads in the township.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because you're right. A lot of times speeding can be perception, right? Because if you're standing at the end of your driveway in a neighborhood and the speed limit's 50 and the vehicle's going 40, it may seem to somebody that vehicle is speeding, right? And so we do take in information like that, and sometimes we've deployed the black cats to locations to sort of verify, in fact, it is a perception issue as opposed to an actual issue. Because we don't know until we put the device up, right? Certainly the volume of traffic has been increasing since the pandemic's over, and we are seeing a rise in calls for service, relating to people out there more often. But you're right, there's a lot of factors that go into deploying the speed spy. And I will say, like, enforcement is not the only, it's not the sort of be all end all to reduce speeding, right? There's we try to do public education and there's all those things that go along with enforcement. It's just one component, right? But sort of to answer your question, that is another reason why we do use the black cat to see if it is a perception issue or a real issue. Now, of course, we have 7 devices, and we deploy them regularly. But I can't say to the council that we've had them on every road in the township, because that's not the reality. But like I said, we do try to deploy them strategically based on those factors I had mentioned earlier, and we're happy to deploy them in an area if it appears that there's a lot of complaints coming out of it, and we will determine if it's an actual issue or a perception.
Okay, that's good to hear. One other question I have, which is, I don't know if you can actually answer this, and it's just actually kind of something that has been happening more recently, is it seems as though they're organized groups or tours, or I'm not even sure what they are, of like luxury sports cars going on these, there can be like 30, 40, 50 of them at a time that go flying around, and it seems like they have this predetermined route, and it's like the most dangerous thing ever. Is there a strategy to tackle that, or it seems to be happening like once a week? At least it was in the summer and fall of last year. Is that something that is becoming an increasing concern that can be targeted in a certain way, or just getting your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I have heard of those types of car rallies, or call them what you will. I would suggest that if there's information about a specific event that may be happening on any particular day, that it be brought to our attention, right? So again, like, I encourage people to call us, and if we determine we have to assign a traffic management unit to go and monitor or what have you, then we may do that. But those rallies, like, they're supposed to abide by the rules of the road, right? There's no, they're not supposed to be speeding and blowing stop signs and that type of thing, right? So, again, I just encourage people to report this stuff if it's going on, and then we can respond appropriately, right? Because, if we're not aware of an event taking place, then it's, it makes it difficult to be in the right spot at the right time, so to speak, right? So, we encourage those types of calls to come to us so we know about them.
Okay, great. Thank you again for being here.
You're very welcome.
I would like to just touch on that a bit myself. I think there's two different scenarios transpiring. There's an exotic car rental that is weak, that has a predetermined route, and it comes through Puslinch, and they generally bookend it with 2 motorcycles, and then they have all the exotic cars in between. And I think maybe that's one of the things you're witnessing, Councillor Goyda. And I feel that one, if it's a concern to the community, would be easier to come to some resolution with. And then I think maybe there's also a bunch of people that get together that just have like-minded, when you have the old cars that meet at A&W, but they don't drive around. So if we have a reoccurring, exotic car route through the township, I would suggest that the individuals that live on that route document the times they come through or the days, Fridays, and then they could pass that information on to Inspector Thomas and for his consideration. I'll give you an opportunity. Maybe Councillor Goyda, is that what you were hearing about or experiencing?
Yeah, both of those things, actually. You're correct. There is a group that definitely is bookended with their motorcycles that seem to clear the way in front and behind them. But of more concern is it just seems like a group of people who, like you say, meet somewhere and decide to go on a route, and there can be a substantial amount of cars and they travel at substantial speeds, and that's more the concern for sure.
Okay. All right, Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I'd like to circle back to your enhancing enforcement on Brock Road. I quickly added up your charges laid between January and April, and I calculated roughly 40 charges laid. How much time was spent actually monitoring Brock Road by your traffic management group? In other words, were they there 2-3 hours a day, or is it 1 hour per week or something like that? I just want to get an understanding of charges versus the amount of time spent out there.
Yeah, thank you for your question, sir. We're working right now to come up with a way to quantify the amount of time spent in addition to the number of charges laid. So that's something that we will have available to us moving forward. I don't have that information right now, but it's something that we've flagged as well to try and, codify some of the time spent as opposed to just the straight number of tickets and occurrences down there. So that's something that we are working on moving forward.
Well, certainly that'll be a good statistic to have. If this was laid in a period of, say, 5 equivalent hours, then we know we got a really big problem there. The other thing with respect to the 85 percentile, is there a chart showing the speeds over, say, 85, over 95, over 75, or the range of speeds between 75 and 85, 85 to 90? Is there a data output that could be made available for us to have a quick understanding how serious the speeding is?
I'm gonna jot that down with the question from the mayor. I mean, I'm not an expert in the black cats myself, but I will certainly talk to our traffic management unit who use those devices regularly, and I'll be able to ask them what, how much different types of data sets we can get from the devices, and I can certainly report back.
Yeah, no, I would be interested to know how serious it is. If there's a majority of them going 65 to 75 is one issue, but if it's majority of them going 75 to 85, well, that's a really big issue. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for coming, and hope to see you again.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I was glad to hear that there was additional enforcement. I had seen the report at county for the black cats called for it, and but I never really followed up with you, Inspector. And then when we had our last council meeting, it sounded like there was additional enforcement required in Minto, and so that was based why I asked you to attend today. I know we had some staff concerns with an employee on Brock Road for the school crossing guard, and I believe that the county has been supporting her and Puslinch with a little bit more additional, I don't know if you want to call it just being in attendance there. So that was great that everybody met on site and discussed options. I'd like to see those stats if you'd be willing to share them. That you said how many tickets, the traffic north and south. From my memory, there was a discrepancy between how many trips from north to south. So it seems like people going to work take one route, but coming home. So I wonder if there's, not on your end, but I'm considering, you know, some education to try to push that traffic to wherever it goes, whether it's the Hanlon or trying to get that Aberfoyle. There must be a reason why the trips is not more equal north and south. I'm not sure what's going on there, so I'd like to understand that a bit more. The commercial motor vehicle, that's great to hear too, because we have so many trucks running around down here. And I agree with you on that statement that the black cats don't always indicate that there's a speeding concern. There's some was I frozen or were you guys frozen? Depending on how the construction of the road is, if you're right beside the road, say in Aberfoyle, where there's no gap between the curb and the actual lane of traffic, it may appear that traffic is traveling faster. You might get somewhere in the county where there's some separation between the traffic and then it's slower. So they're a huge asset in the toolbox for either confirming that there's an issue or not. So I'm glad you're putting it to good use. And if you can provide those stats and the updates the counselors asked for, that'd be great. Hopefully I didn't freeze through that whole thing.
No, I heard you.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. Well, thank you, Steve, for coming today. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to thank you again, council, for having me today, and I'm happy to take back those follow-up questions, and I'll provide that information. Anytime, I'm more than happy to come and talk with you. Thanks again. Have a great day.
You too. All right, Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution for that?
The council received correspondence item 10.4 regarding the verbal presentation from Steve Thomas, Acting Inspector, Wellington County OPP, regarding speeding, and that council requests that a report be provided at a future council meeting, including the statistical information and updates as discussed.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Balmer. Is my internet acting up or is it? I'll say all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
I am in favor, and I have a follow-up question.
Oh, to Steve? I think you left.
It's okay. I'm just curious what sort of regular reporting we could set up with him, because I found this really helpful. And I think encouraging the communication is always a good thing. I didn't know if we could set up quarterly, reports with them or something. Anyway, something maybe staff can think about.
Ask him when you see him next time. He's coming back with the stats and stuff.
Great.
Okay, in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I am.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back at 1:25, 30 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, from our short recess. I'll start with a quick roll call. Councillor Bailey.
I'm here.
Councillor Balmer.
I'm here.
Councillor Goyda.
Present.
And Councillor Spoulos.
Here.
All right, so I believe we're on to 9.2. And we have a report that Morella prepared and our acting CAO / Director of Finance Treasurer will be presenting. 9.2.1. Mrs. Sand.
Hello, Mayor Seeley and Council. So the purpose of this report is to report to Council on the development charges in accordance with the requirements in the Development Charges Act for the fiscal year 2021. If Council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mrs. Sand. Can I have the resolution read, please, Ms. Whitefox?
A report FIN 2022-016 regarding the 2021 development charges be received, and that council accepts the treasurer's declaration that the township is in compliance with section 59.11 of the Development Charges Act 1997.
Can I move for that, please? So Anybody? Oh, is my internet acting up?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, second, please. Councillor Goida? I might have to switch my internet. Am I freezing?
No.
Occasionally, yeah.
Not seeing anybody second stuff. It's kind of freezing. Anyways, stay a seconder for that, please. Anybody? Somebody speak up.
I will.
Thank you, Councillor Goida. All right, any questions or comments on that? Sorry, I'm trying to resolve my internet. All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
Okay. All right, next one to San is 9.2.2.
Another legislative reporting requirement in the Municipal Act as it relates to our 2021 lease financing agreements. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
All right, can I have the resolution read, please, Ms. White Fox?
That report FIN 2022-017 regarding the 2021 lease financing agreement summary report be received, and that council accepts the treasurer's statement that all lease financing agreements are non-material and have been made in accordance with the township's lease financing agreement policy as outlined in Schedule B to report FIN 2022-017.
The mayor's frozen.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You're
Can
back.
you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry. Can you reread that resolution, please, Ms. White Fox? I only heard the first part of it.
Certainly. That report FIN 2022-017 regarding the 2021 lease financing agreement summary report be received, and the council accepts the treasurer's statement that all lease financing agreements are non-material and have been made in accordance with the township's lease financing agreement policy as outlined in Schedule B to report FIN 2022-017.
Thank you. Mover for that, please.
I will.
Move.
Councillor Balmer, or sorry, Spoolis. Councillor Bailey is a seconder. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right, Ms. Hassan, 9.3, please.
Again, another report that's required in regulation of the Municipal Act. And I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions regarding our investments for the 2021 fiscal year.
Excellent. Can I get the resolution read, please, Ms. White Fox?
That report FIN 2022-018 regarding the treasurer's investment report for 2021 be received, and that council accepts the treasurer's statement that based on the information supplied by Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, that the cash and temporary investments held by the Township of Puslinch during the calendar year 2021 were all prescribed in accordance with Section 418 of the Municipal Act and were all eligible as outlined in Ontario Regulation 438-97, and that all related transactions in 2021 comply with the investment policies and goals adopted by the Township on August 13th, 2014, and that no changes be made to the policy at this time.
Perfect. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Goida.
Yes.
Excellent. Seconder, please. Somebody, my internet's not good. Somebody just speak up.
I'll
Councillor
second.
Spools, thank you. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right, now we're on to, thank you, Mary. I think
Thank
that's it
you.
for you for a bit. 9.3.1, we have a report from Justine and presented by Mr. Bunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is a signed bylaw variance request by Tour de Guelph. The event date is the 26th of June, and they're looking for temporary relief from Section 5 of the signed bylaw. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Ms. White Fox, the resolution, please.
Yes, that report ADM 2022-025 entitled Sign Variance Request for Tour de Guelph be received, and that council either approve or deny the request for relief from the sign bylaw 09-91 to permit the temporary installation of directional signs for the Tour de Guelph cycling event.
All right, mover for that, please.
Well,
Thank you, Councillor Bailey, seconded. It's easier if you, yep, Councillor Spoulos. All right, any questions or comments on this one?
I do.
Just speak up, but my internet's acting up, so I don't necessarily see the hand. Okay, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question of staff. As much as I know staff enjoys writing these reports on an annual basis, do you think it might be a possibility or at all appropriate if we were to propose that this be an ongoing annual exemption, provided they fulfill the requirements, as you know, removing them within such and such a day and they're not put up too soon, just to avoid having to do this every year? If this is going to happen regularly, they just inform staff, maybe sort of delegate this authority to staff rather than having to come to council every year. Does that make sense?
Councillor Bulmer, I would like to interject. I would prefer just to delegate the authority versus give a blanket authorization going forward. So I would
Yes.
support that latter proposal.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that delegation, provided they continue to comply with the requirements. If there's a problem, it has to come back. You know, it's not a permanent delegation. It's a delegate to staff, provided they continue to, you know, comply with the rules. And if they don't, then it has to come back to council, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Mr. Bunn, do you want to speak to that, or Ms. White Fox?
Courtney's going to speak. I'll let Courtney speak.
I think that would be great. We do have a good application process that we follow now. So we could bring something back to the next council meeting, just delegating that authority for these types of requests.
Super. Yeah, so you're suggesting it could be for more than just this type of request, but even the next one on the agenda would be subject to that kind of delegating of authority to staff for special event exemptions from the sign bylaw.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bulmer. We could bring something back to that effect at the next meeting.
Perfect, thank you. Then I have no issue with this one for today to get it moving. Thanks.
Mrs. White Fox, do we need to have an amendment to the resolution to include what Councillor Bulmer just mentioned?
I think we're okay, staff. I've made note of that. So this can be a report that comes on the next agenda, just looking at that delegated authority piece. So I don't think it needs to be in this resolution. We just made note of it.
Any opposition to staff bringing the report back for delegation of authority on this sign bylaw? Councillor Goyda, Councillor Spoulos, Councillor Bailey?
No.
Okay, good. All right, where was I? Okay, Councillor Goyda, the original topic.
Sorry. I'm good with this one.
Okay. Sorry, I guess I asked in general if anybody had any comments last time. I got messed up. All right, okay. All in favor, Councillor Bailey?
favor.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
All right, hot seat again, Mr. Bunn, 9.3.2.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This could be the very last one of these you see for a while, so that could be exciting. This sign variance request is from the Enbridge Ride to Conquer Cancer. The event is on June 11th, and again, they're looking for relief for the temporary signs for their event. Happy to answer any questions council may have.
Ms. White Fox, should you read that resolution, please?
That report ADM 2022 entitled Sign Variance Request for Enbridge Ride to Conquer Cancer be received, and that council either approve or deny the request for relief from the sign bylaw 0991 to permit the temporary installation of directional signage for the Enbridge Ride to Conquer Cancer cycling event.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, second.
I will.
Councillor Goyda, okay. Any questions or concerns on this one? No, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bunn.
Thank you.
All right, now we're having Ms. Banks present 9.4.1. Courtney, would you be able to put Ms. Banks' title on her name, please?
Yep, certainly. Just one moment.
Even though it's blurry, Lynn, I know where you're sitting.
I've been here all week. Would you
There
like
we
me to
go.
go ahead and proceed?
I was just waiting for Courtney to get your title on there, but yes, you may go.
Okay, so the purpose of this report is to remove the subject to interest on some of the lots in the DRS subdivision. The original subject to interest was a result of an old subdivision plan 135 that was put on title in 1860. So because it was deemed not to be a plan of subdivision, they never amended the description to remove the township's interest. We've confirmed with our lawyer that all it is doing is amending the legal description, does not affect any interest that the township has in any of the lands of the subdivision. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
It's pretty interesting that we're dealing with a topic that precedes Councillor Balmer. So that's 1860. So anyways, Ms. White Fox, can we have the resolution, please?
Yes, that report PD 2022-001 entitled Removal of Subject to Interest in Property Legal Descriptions for the properties described as lots 1 and 3 through 9, all inclusive, and lot 11 on the registered plan 61M-230 be received, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute all documents required to enable the amending of the legal descriptions.
Thank you. Can you move for that, please?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Spools. Seconder? Councillor
Second.
Bailey? Oh, I saw Councillor Bailey's blurry hand move first. So any questions or comments on this one?
I can provide this. You mentioned that it's described as the DRS subdivision. I had to read this report several times because my screen reader read it out as the doctor's subdivision. And I couldn't figure out where that was. I thought maybe it predated my existence.
Excellent. All right. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spools?
In favor.
Mr. Bunnan, is it possible that that document can be signed today by you and I, or Courtney and I?
Absolutely, we can make that work.
Okay, thank you. I had some inquiries about that. There's a couple houses want to close tomorrow, so people want their new homes. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. Nice
Is there
to see you
another?
all again.
You're very nice to see you as well.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, 9.4.2, I believe, is Andrew going to present this?
Thank you, Mayor Seeley. The report you have before you is just the quarterly report to give you an update on the permit activities in the first quarter. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Ms. White Fox, resolution, please.
That report, Building 2022-002 entitled Building Department Quarterly Update for January to March 2022 be received for information.
Can mover for that, please.
I'll move.
Second.
Councillor Spools, seconded by Councillor Balmer. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor
In favor.
Balmer. Yeah, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. All right, 9.7.1. This looks like a combined effort to put it together, and it'll be Mrs. Sand again, our acting CAO.
And Ms. Hoyt Fox, I just asked that if you can bring Sarah over just in case there's questions that I'm unable to answer from a services perspective. So the purpose of this report is to have council review the proposed policy as it relates to alcohol risk management and authorize an increase to the security deposit for Puslinch Community Center rentals. As you may have seen, I think the most important thing to convey regarding the requirement for this policy is the incremental liability risks associated with serving and consuming alcohol on township property and the duty of care that needs to be exercised. In addition, staff reviewed several different policies from surrounding municipalities, which had very similar and consistent content that is in front of you in the proposed alcohol risk management policy that's been presented to council. I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Ms. White Fox, can you read the resolution, please?
That report REC 2022-006 entitled Alcohol Risk Management Policy be received. That council enact a bylaw attached to Schedule A to report 2022-06 being a bylaw to adopt the alcohol risk management policy, and that council authorize the security deposit for Puslinch Community Center rentals to increase to $750.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, seconded by Councillor Sapoulos. All right, questions, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I guess my first question is just around the security deposit, and I'm sort of wondering where the number 750 has come from, or maybe any history on whether security deposits have been needed in the past.
Yes, yeah, Councillor Bailey, I can maybe start off with answering the question, and then I'll have Mike maybe add to anything that I've missed. But there have been a number of times where the security deposit amount of $365 hasn't been sufficient to cover all the costs associated with damages to the facility. And we have had to cash the full security deposit amount in the past due to damages to the facility. The amount that we've recommended in the report is to cover some of these costs that can sometimes be very significant in terms of the type of damage that's involved. But again, similar to past practice, obviously the security deposit is fully refundable if there are no damages to the facility noted by facility staff.
Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, again, basically with the cost of time, labor, and materials in today's age, it is quite reasonable to ask a $750 deposit be established. That way the township is not on the hook to continue to subsidize whether it be damage or vandalism from potential renters.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor Bailey?
I did have a follow-up question, probably for Mary. I'm just wondering how or if this policy will impact our insurance.
So it is something that the insurers have recommended for several years now to have these types of policies in place, and many municipalities do have these policies in place. We have contacted our insurer regarding this specific policy, and they have indicated that it is a municipal best practice to have this policy in place, but it will definitely be something that we can discuss with the insurer when we come to our renewal for our insurance in January of 2023.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Hassan, for this. Yeah, I fully support the idea of having an alcohol risk management policy. That's a critical piece, and I can certainly understand the need to increase our security deposit. But I would like to explore a couple of ideas, because I think it's important, if we're going to put a risk management policy in place, that the policies that we have are received well by the users and don't set them up for failure. And also, I'd like to explore the idea of maybe a differential security deposit, maybe a resident and non-resident rate, if that's possible. So I'll start with that. I see that if we have a non-resident, we have no other way of obtaining additional funds if they've damaged the hall. But if we have a resident who's rented the hall or has agreed to provide the security for a renter for the hall, it's my understanding that under our user fees and charges bylaw, we could add any damages over and above those that we've got a security for to the tax bill. Is that correct?
So the legislation is very specific in terms of what you can add to the tax bill. And just based on my understanding of the legislation, those user fees and charges are typically specific to a property rather than like a rental of a township facility. I'm not aware that you could place those charges on a resident's tax bill, unfortunately.
Understood. So because it doesn't relate to their property, it couldn't be added to the tax bill.
Yes. So
Perfect.
Yeah.
Understood. So that deals with that concern. With regard to the specific policies that are being proposed, just a couple of examples. I see the policy considers that the selling of drink tickets as being the same as the serving of a drink, and limits the selling of drink tickets to 2 per customer at a time. And I know I've been to a number of events in the community center, and sometimes it's someone from the table goes up to buy tickets for the table, or someone goes to stand in line. And I'd like staff to consider whether those 2 things could be separated so that the selling of drink tickets is not tied to the same limit as a serving of drinks. So just to ensure that the people who are running events don't find themselves faced with a situation where they have to be in an argument with people in line or risk violating the policy. If we could look at something, say around 6 tickets at a time, or something that was more in line with people actually do, because I think it would still come down to the server to limit the serving of drinks to 2 at a time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the amount of 2 was just something that I had seen in many of the other policies in terms of limiting the risk. And I'm not sure what the legislation indicates or what the AGCO indicates as to how many drinks can be sold versus served. So I have to look into that, and then we can report back on this to council.
Thank you, because the insurance company's memo was very clear that we need to limit the serving of drinks to 2 per person per time. But I just, if you could look at that, that'd be great. The other piece, another one that I saw related to the requirement for the renter to provide signage with very specific wording. And I thought that, considering that wording is very specific and prescribed by the township, would it be possible perhaps, and maybe even better, if the township produced that sign? So those were the same rules for every renter, the same sign in the same location, especially in the large hall, as opposed to having each renter having to go out and have a sign made, possibly different size, different color, mounted in different locations. And then it would be their sign, and it might be faced with some conflicts that there's a perception that it's their rules that are being enforced, as opposed to if it's something that's mounted to the building, those are the rules no matter who's using the bar. And does that make sense?
Yeah, so that definitely makes sense. It's something that I will discuss with staff, just services staff and facility staff, just to see if that's something that can be implemented, and we can report back on that with the next draft of the policy.
Oh, super. Thanks so much. Because these things are all, I'm trying to minimize conflict at an event to maximize compliance with the policy. One of the other pieces had to do with door monitors or monitors at each entrance and exit. And when I looked at the definition for access points, I could read that in multiple different ways and maybe decide I needed, if I was renting the entire community center, anywhere from 1 to 8, depending on how if I had my building inspector's hat on, every door that was considered a point of entrance or exit to a space might be considered needing a monitor. But if I was just thinking of the front door, I might only need 1. So I wonder if a little bit more thought could be put in there, again, to avoid getting into a bun fight with someone who's trying to rent the hall arguing with staff over how many entrances and exits they actually have to possibly hire security for, I think would be helpful to ease the transition of people having to do this. I've been to several events that large fundraisers at the community center, and this could be a shock for people all of a sudden when they rent it the next time. Is that possible, do you think?
So basically the definition of access points, if it can be more clear in the policy?
Yes, because it says to the event space or the event location, and that I don't know if that means the entire building, or if the event is in the main hall. Does that mean the entrance from the kitchen to the main hall and the lobby to the main hall? Is it just to the outdoors? Is it just to the door where people are invited to attend? I can provide some notes on that if you like.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, thanks. I think that's that. I have a few other points that just mostly how the definitions are laid out in there, that maybe I'll just show those separately. But otherwise, I think we're well on the right track here. And I appreciate staff is thinking about the best interests of both the renters and the municipality when they brought this forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blummer. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief comments about the policy itself. I'm in complete agreement that from a liability perspective, the policy is important, and a shout out to staff for recognizing that risk and doing the work to draft this policy. Also from a staffing perspective, I think that this makes a lot of sense. It's becoming increasingly difficult to find employees willing to do the job, and the report outlines that. As a restaurant operator, I can appreciate that this, in fact, is not a small or insignificant challenge. It can actually hinder the ability to host an event. So I think that that's a good incorporation into here. In terms of the deposit, although it's substantial, I think that it needs to be in order for it to be effective. And especially with the brand new improvements to the kitchen and the equipment, I think that the current deposit is not sufficient if something gets damaged. So for all those reasons, I do see the benefit of this policy. Having said that, though, from a marketability and a being attractive to potential renters, I'm cautious to make sure that the policy isn't so prohibitive that it scares potential renters away. And I don't think that it is, but I think it's just something to be aware of. I like that there is some flexibility and discretion built into the policy, but I also think it's important that that discretion is applied consistently. So I'm not sure if there could be something like a guiding document that staff could refer to when applying that discretion, if that's something that could be looked at from a customer service perspective. And the other thought that I had was, as it was mentioned, finding the staff willing to do the event work can be a challenge. And that may be true also for the event organizer. So I don't know if there is any way that the township could keep, I don't know whether it be like a list of potential people willing to do that job, or agencies that could supply the staff who are SmartServe certified, that we could provide to renters who may not know where to look for that help. I just think that that could be just an added service that we could add to make sure that the policy doesn't, that no one's being excluded from being able to rent the facility because they can't find a space to work in. And those were just my comments on the policy.
Councillor Guida, I think you brought up a good point in terms of a guiding document to assist services and facility staff with some of the discretion noted in the policy. And I know that's some of that is, in terms of the number of event workers and licensed security.
Yeah.
And then Councillor Guida, I think I heard like a list of SmartServe certified individuals or licensed security that could be used at events. Is that what you meant by the other comment?
Yeah. I don't know if there's like I don't know, like temp worker agencies or something that have, I don't really know. I don't know what's out there in terms of what's available, or if it's just a list of people who live in the community who would be willing to do that work. Just something to give some assistance in finding those people.
Yeah, so we'll look into that and determine what there is out there, and we can include that in our guiding document, not really in the policy, but to assist staff with some of the stuff. Okay, thank
Awesome.
you.
Thanks.
All right. Who's up? Sorry, was it Councillor Spoulis? Oh, he's frozen. There you go. I don't know, am I frozen or is everybody else frozen?
I can hear you.
I think I'm back.
Oh, I can hear you.
I think
Councillor
Councillor
Spoulis?
Sapoulis may have been
I'm
muted.
sorry, I muted to myself. Yeah, my comment relates to the fundraising through the sale of alcohol. And I assume you're going to take that clause out of the report.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Sapoulis. With our next draft of the policy for our next council meeting, we'll ensure that that clause isn't included because it is redundant with some of the other clauses as to when licensed security may be required. So we'll remove that clause.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
I had one follow-up if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One other thing I noted in the report was that it appears to have limited, the only place that can be rented and licensed is the PCC. And I just wanted to make council and staff aware that what we now refer to as the Optimus Recreation Center, as we talked about earlier, was originally called the MRF, the Multi-Use Recreational Facility, but it's also been used, its multi-use was beyond recreational. It has been used for dinner events and as a beer garden and other things. So I'd also like staff to consider the outdoor pad as being available for licensing, of course, subject to all the other rules, because it also you can control access to it, and if that's possible, the next update. And then I had one question for comprehension, if I could.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The other place that I've attended events at the community center grounds is often there'd be a large tent for fundraisers, or I've known people who've actually rented it for a wedding in the back and put up a canopy. But the way I read this, it looks as if that wouldn't be possible. You couldn't license a space like that without it going to council. And again, is the intent to prevent large tents and licensed events in large tents on the property without going to council, or is there a way we could allow that without it going to council in the existing wording?
All right, Councillor Bulmer, are you talking about large tents on township property?
Yes, behind the community center, they've been put up there before for large barbecues or weddings.
So is this the like the outdoor patio?
No, I'm talking a canopy for 250 people, with a separate event from the community center done outside. There was one done as a fundraiser for the ORC. There was the fair has had, they used to run a big dinner. A couple of times they had a barbecue in a big tent out there. And some of those events could be licensed as well. So it's just the way it's worded, it suggests you couldn't do that without approval of council. And maybe I'm misreading it, but that's how I read it. So
sorry, I was just aware of licensed events in the past just occurring in the PCC and the outdoor patio of the PCC. So I'll have to work internally with staff just a little bit more on these questions regarding the outdoor pad being available for licensed events and the large tents placed on the PCC lands, because I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, we might as well be inclusive of the basketball court as well. I mean, if we're doing 95% of the facilities at PCC, it might as well, to me, be a policy for the whole grounds, whether it's the outdoor pad, basketball court, PCC, so staff can discuss that internally. I'm supportive of all of the other comments I've heard today. I think it's good work done. So I'm glad to see the damage deposit increasing, because to me, if I feel putting the responsibility of the damage on the renter is the best policy going forward. So hopefully there won't be any. Is there any further questions? We've had a mover and a seconder, Ms. White Fox. Where'd she go? There she is.
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor, and I've just amended the resolution just slightly because the existing was to approve the policy and enact a bylaw at the upcoming meeting. So I've just revised the resolution to state that staff report back at a future meeting to address the items discussed. And just a clarification point, is council looking to approve the increase to the security deposit at this meeting, or should that form part of the report coming back at May 25th?
Councillor Bailey, are you supportive of the fee increase right now?
I am. Yep.
Councillor Balmer?
Yes, okay. It's a big jump to take in all at once, but I understand the need for it. So I guess I support that.
Councillor Goyda?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I would support it.
And I'm supportive of that. Okay. All right. So I can hold my vote now, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, thank you.
All right. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
All right. I believe we're on to 10.2. This is just here for information, Ms. White Fox, is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just there was one item with the addendum that was the rec report regarding the Pusslands Junior Gardeners Club.
Oh, I don't have that in front of me. So who's going to speak to that? Mr. Fowler, I see his camera coming on.
Yes, Mr. Fowler.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mike.
Mr. Mayor. This report is to inform and seek council's approval for the establishment of community gardens to be utilized by the Pusslands Junior Gardeners Club and at the property at 23 Brock Road. I'm happy to answer any of council's questions or inquiries.
Can you give them an indication of the potential location? Is it in the report or the size for people that maybe haven't seen the report?
Yes, the location will be between the blue shed and the current rink pad on the grass area, right beside the batting cage.
All right, Ms. White Fox, got a resolution for that, please?
Yes, that council received report REC 2022-007 entitled Request to Allow the Pusslands Junior Gardeners Club to establish several gardens at the Pusslands Community Center, and that council authorized staff to enter into a facility use agreement with the Pusslands Junior Gardeners Club for the use of the PCC as outlined in the report.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I will.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Goya. I think that's how that went. Comment, Councillor Bailey?
Oh, I think this is great. I'm sure the Egg Society thinks it's kind of a neat too, bringing it back to its roots. Just a question, are they raised beds or are they on the ground?
They will be raised beds. So a wooden border around each bed. There'll be 3 beds in total.
Excellent. Oh, I think it's great. Good use of the little land there.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. I think this is, I'm really pleased staff has managed to work with our community groups to make this happen. And I trust, since it's the Egg Society that's involved here, they're okay with it with regard to the area. Like, they use that area often on fair day for there's animal washing going on there and things, is there not?
There has in the past. From what I recall, in the past couple of years, there really hasn't been a huge desire for that area. With the horse paddock still across the parking lot, basically, I think that's been utilized.
Okay, super. And just one other concern. I don't recall anything coming before council to rename the green shed the blue shed. So perhaps we could take care of that at a future council meeting.
Yep, I will confer with Benjamin Moore and get them to change the paint color.
Thank you very much.
I still call it the green shed. Councillor Goyda?
No, I have no concerns. I think this is a great use. I'm happy to support that.
And Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, I'm very pleased to see that got some young gardeners blooming here.
Good news story. Excellent. Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right, now we're on to 10.2. This one's for information, Ms. Whitefox.
Yes, 10.2, Bill 109. It's the slide deck that was provided by the ministry, and at this point, the resolution is to receive it for information.
Did you want to speak about any future reports coming from county or yourself on this, please?
Certainly. So the county is looking at this and are posing a number of questions on the implications of this legislation. And they do plan on providing information to the member municipalities, as well as AMO will be putting out a summary report on these changes and what they mean. So there should be information back to council shortly.
Okay, thank you. So she read the resolution. Can I get a mover for it, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Spoolis, Councillor Bailey, any comments?
Just a comment. I think when I looked into this, there was an ERO posting for feedback on rural housing needs, which I thought was kind of interesting and maybe related to Puss Lynch. So I'll just draw your attention to that within there.
Thank you. Councillor Ballmer.
No comments.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
I don't have any comments.
All right, Councillor Spoolis.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask that question of staff, and that's good they're coming back with a report because it has some implications here that I don't like.
Oh, yeah.
Like punitive charges.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the unfortunate circumstance is that this has already received royal assent.
I
So,
know. I just I don't know how it's going to affect us.
yeah. I was aware that although the county was working on a report and then he's going to share that with our staff. And so we'll be seeing it coming down the near future. All right. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right. 10.3. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution for that one?
Yes, so 10.3 at this point is just to be received for information.
Okay, we'll move for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Spoolis, seconder.
I'll second.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Goida. Staff, do you have any update for council or want to draw attention to any part of this?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing to note.
Okay. Any questions from council? No. All right. All in favor, Councillor Bailey?
Sorry, I do have one question of staff. When these reports come forward, I have a hard time seeing what's new in it compared to the last one we have. So I just don't know whether we can also be given the previous one, or because they don't seem to be coming monthly. So I have a hard time finding them to compare to.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Certainly, we can make those available in for council, just so you can do that comparison.
Yeah, or even just the date of when the last one came, then we'd know where to look, would be helpful.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Okay. All in favor, Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoolis.
In favor.
All right, 10.5. Ms. Whitefox, a resolution, please.
So this is the item, the Roselle Pit Annual 2021 report and peer reviews. So there's 3 peer reviews included in the council package. And at this point, it's to receive those items for information.
Okay, we're going to move for that.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Spoolis. Seconder. Come on.
I'll second.
Councillor Balmer. All right. Questions? Councillor Bailey?
No, I think I saw in the questions that someone had a resolution for today. So maybe I'll let them go on. I mean, I think it's a big issue and we need to be continuing our questioning and our communication. Maybe I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay. Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a lot to digest. But for me, I've been watching this go on and on and on. And the challenge is, you know, our consultants do not want to always rehash everything that's gone on before. But I am a little concerned. I'm very concerned that a number of recommendations that have been made by our consultants in the past have gone unaddressed. And even when I look at the report that we received and reviewed last time from Golder & Associates, which Abood relied on and accepted pretty much entirely, in my mind, confabulated a couple of the issues that we've been dealing with. And that I mean that the berm and the hydraulic barrier. Understanding that the change in the landscape and the placement of the berm has affected the surface water catchment area for those wetlands and adjoining ponds is one, certainly I think has been accepted as a problem. But what's still not being accepted as a problem, perhaps, I think at all by CBM, is that there's a lot of uncertainty still being raised by our hydrogeologist about the effectiveness of the hydraulic barrier that was supposed to be put in. It may not be as explicit in this report from Mr. Denhoed, but over the years he has raised the concern several times that he's not certain it's functioning as it should. For example, the idea is that the berm, where it's intended to prevent noise from escaping, it's also reduced the area of water that could be captured by those ponds and wetlands. And the hydraulic barrier, it's supposed to prevent water from leaving those ponds and wetlands and moving towards the extraction ponds. But it's been characterized that the hydraulic barrier is preventing water from getting to those ponds and wetlands, and that wasn't its intent. And if you're looking back over Mr. Denhoed's comments over the years, I believe he's even asked for some proof that the hydraulic barrier is working to prevent water from leaving that area underground and going into the extraction pond. And that work hasn't been done. On this particular site, there's a challenge because it was licensed by a different operator. I'm not certain which operator actually built that hydraulic barrier, whether it was built properly. I know Mr. Denhoed in the past has requested that even just taking some core samples from where the barrier is supposed to be to confirm that it's built as it's supposed to be to the depth it's supposed to be would be helpful. We know these things can be highly effective. We saw that with the Reed's Heritage Pit on 34 at the Hanlon. They can be highly effective at redirecting and holding back and protecting features from extraction of operations. But we're not seeing that protective nature of the hydraulic barrier here. And so as much as I'd like to go forward on just the comments we have before us today, I want to make sure that those comments, if we have a motion, that it reminds the ministry and the operator that previous concerns about the effectiveness of their mitigation measures have largely gone unaddressed by the operator. And that's where I see that we're not getting any traction, and understanding we're not the enforcement body, but I think it's worth stating again that we have unresolved concerns regarding the effectiveness of that hydraulic barrier. And I'd like to see those reflected in any motion that we pass today as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate the comments from Councillor Balmer and the history of the comments not being addressed, and those are things that I don't so easily find on my own. So I definitely appreciate those comments, and I agree that they form an important part of whatever our motion should be. I know that there is a motion being proposed through the questions and answers that went before, and since Councillor Sapoulis is the last one to speak, it must be Councillor Sapoulis's motion. So I'll let him put that on the table, and perhaps we can add Councillor Balmer's comments to that after.
Councillor Goyda, I want to remind you that there is a possibility I could hand over the chair and make a motion myself. So there's a slim
Sorry.
motion.
I shouldn't have assumed. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm supportive of it. I just want to have a quick conversation with you, everyone. Do we not request this operator to stop extracting when we started, our consultant started identifying the concerns? And I believe they did it, and we contacted the ministry, and then we got a correspondence back that said they were voluntarily ceasing extraction for a couple of months. I'd like council to take, if that were the case, which I believe I'm correct, is that we again ask them to cease extraction in pond 3 until we have definitive answers on the hydraulic barrier, because they could be compounding, or not compounding, but exasperating the issue as they continue to extract, and then the problem's going to be harder to fix. So that's my recollection of very early on dealing with them, and I'll leave it up to the motion wizard, Councillor Sapoulis, to take those comments and see what we have. So floor is yours, Councillor Sapoulis.
Yes, I looked at this and I took into account what we discussed last time. And my concern is related to the wetlands, the loss of water in the wetlands. So my motion specifically relates to that, and certainly I'm open to any friendly amendments to that. I don't know if it's necessary to read out my motion, but I can, if you will, want me to.
Sure.
Sure. Whereas the pit operator subconsultant Goler Associates Limited has identified the changes in the water level in the wetlands is in part due to the berm and a silt barrier at the gravel pit, and whereas the township's ecologist consultant Abbott and Associates and hydrologist consultant Hardin Environmental Service Limited have provided reports on the matter, be resolved that the council puts direct staff to forward its consultants' reports to the pit operator for response, and request the pit operator to develop and implement a plan in conjunction with the GRCA to restore the water level of the wetlands to historical levels. And whereas the township's ecological ecologist consultant Abbott and Associates have provided a report reviewing the pit operator's ecological report by their consultant Dance Environmental, be resolved the council of Pusinj direct staff to forward our reports to the pit operator for response. So basically it's get something moving. I know last time we said we don't want to tell the pit operator how to do it, and I agree with that assessment, and that's what comments on the barrier. I'm willing to amend the motion to accommodate that. Words about effect, and whereas township's hydrological consultant Hardin Associates has numerous times questioned the integrity of the and the functionality of the silt barrier, be it resolved that the council will request the pit operator to come to address this concern. And then with respect to your concern, Mr. Mayor, I really don't have the history. I can't recall the history that you mentioned. I'm getting old, my synapses aren't firing as quickly, but certainly if everybody else recollects that, we can amend that accordingly.
Council, I'll maybe pose that question. What are your thoughts on requesting them to cease extraction until we have some definitive answers to the questions posed in Councillor Sapoulis's resolution? I'll go with Councillor Bailey first.
Thanks. I did actually try to look up those dates, and I do have that there was a request in December of 2020 to CBM to cease extraction, and it was copied to the MNRF and the GRCA. And then there was a second request to cease extraction to the MNRF is what I've written down in May of 2021. So when I went back, there was at least 2 instances that I could find. So I would be supportive.
Sorry. Ms. Whitefox, you don't recall receiving correspondence from MNRF or CBM stating that they would voluntarily stop extraction on pond, I forget which pond number, for a few months. Does that ring a bell with you?
I do. I recall our CAO was working on that. So and was successful in having the extraction cease, but I believe it was for a limited amount of time. So we could go back and check at what those dates were, but my recollection was it occurred after the May 2021 reporting out from council.
I'd like to duplicate that request until we get a handle on what's going on down there personally. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Spoulis. Very well worded resolution. I think my request pretty much regarding the silt barrier and the berm would probably be addressed if we could split the first whereas into 2, because this is where my concern lies, is that the report that was done by Golder Associates clearly identified that the berm has created a problem with the catchment area for surface water getting to those features. But it suggests, the way it's worded in the report, that the hydraulic barrier is also causing a problem. So I'd like to split it out, and as you have it written, that the berm is a problem. We all acknowledge that, and that the second whereas would be regarding the hydraulic barrier, which our consultant has identified as not being as effective as necessary to protect the wetlands from the extraction. And to the mayor's point, yes, I would concur. I recall that same thing, and I believe the temporary stop was to allow them something to do with that water balance analysis. Then they carried on again. But does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm gonna have Ms. Whitefox. There she goes. Yeah, she's gonna put the resolution up so that
perfect.
The majority of us can read it. Did
The
you get the
ones?
Oh, you're important. We'll just read it to you. Everybody's important. So did you get that division of the first whereas there, Ms. Whitefox?
So it's just this first where the berm, these are 2 separate concerns is what we're saying, and we'd like these split up.
I would not do it there because I referenced that to Golder Associates. Council Boomer, I suggested another whereas, where I suggested whereas the township's hydrogeologist, Hardin Environmental Associates, has identified concerns with the functionality of the berm numerous occasions. And,
the barrier, yeah, the hydraulic barrier, yeah.
Yeah, hydraulic barrier on numerous occasions.
I'm good with that.
Okay, Courtney, I would put that as the after the be it resolved.
Okay.
Okay, put it and it's another whereas.
Sorry, Councillor Spoulis, if you could just help with the rest.
That the integrity of the hydraulic barrier, hydraulic AU instead of yeah. As a question, I guess, on several occasions, the integrity of hydraulic barrier instead of as identified.
Has questioned, okay.
Integrity hydraulic barrier on several occasions.
The integrity?
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Sorry, I'll just tidy this up.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Several occasions, okay.
And response has not been provided to date.
Satisfactory response, because they have provided, you know, it's fine as a response, and that's that doesn't do it.
Okay, be it resolved then that the council of the Township of Puslinch requests that the pit operator address
Sorry.
address this this concern. Okay.
Satisfactorily address? Do we want
Yeah,
adequately?
sure, let's do that, sure, satisfactory, yeah, adequately, yeah, okay. Okay, and then we do, then we put another and then we put it, and we say and whereas, right in there, yeah, and whereas, the above is of concern to the township of Puslinch. Be resolved, the staff requests the pit operator to cease operations until the above is resolved. Raised above.
And we wanted to say that, is it to cease extraction just in Pond C, or is it to just cease extraction, period?
I leave it up to Council Bomer if he's more learned on this particular matter.
Perhaps below water table extraction generally, but specifically it would be ponds, extraction in ponds, further extraction of Pond C, which only makes things worse.
Okay, so further extraction in Pond C till such time the concerns noted above are resolved. Okay, and then we leave the other one that was strictly do with the Abbott Associates report on the dance, which is critiquing their report. It's done, the frog count wasn't done properly, the fish count wasn't done appropriately, the amount of different types of foliage was done at the wrong time of the year and all that sort of stuff.
Can
Okay.
I chime in?
Okay, I'm
Is
done.
there any- Yeah, no, good job. Is there any appetite to actually ask the ministry to tell the operator to cease further extraction in Pond C as the regulating body and the enforcement component? We've been going back and forth with the operator. I don't feel that would be heavy-handed at this point, and then at least it seemed to get us a couple months of a voluntary cease and extraction the last time.
May I speak to that?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think you're far off the mark here at all. You know, this is when I read Aboud's comments again regarding the deficiencies in the monitoring report. It just makes me question how the ministry can make an assessment that there is no negative impact when the monitoring isn't even sufficient. Same thing with the impacts that we're seeing on the wetlands next door. We're not going to see it this spring, of course. I mean, we've got lots of water around, but the fact that the ministry even approved thresholds that weren't sufficient to protect those features, it just calls into question even the ability of the ministry to oversee these things. So I think we are pretty much after we do this, perhaps it is time to craft a second motion, either at this meeting or our next, to the ministry, raising concerns that these issues have gone unaddressed for years, and we'd like the ministry to now ask them to stop extracting, because we have all these concerns that have gone unaddressed. That would be more than reasonable.
I like that approach, Councillor Plummer, because then staff could go back through the plethora of reports and concerns, as I believe you mentioned. You know, Hardin had identified some that are very significant, but they haven't been forgotten. But you know, we've kind of progressed through this, so staff would be able to build a report to say, here are the major concerns throughout the whole situation down there, and contact the ministry. Is that basically what you're referencing?
I think so. It'd just be a collection. Mr. Denholt could probably help make that concise, and certainly the most recent reports from A. Abood are very consistent, and I think very well written in terms of identifying the deficiencies of material that's been provided.
Okay. All right. Okay. Comments on this resolution, Councillor Bailey.
No, I think it sounds really great. I haven't read it all over a second time, but I think it sounds really all encompassing. To what Councillor Balmer and you were just talking about, I really like the idea of kind of doing a concise synopsis of all the concerns, and then forwarding that on as well, requesting maybe a cease operation as well. So
Should we have Ms. White Fox read this one more time?
yeah.
Thank you, Ms. White Fox.
Yep, certainly. The council received correspondence item 10.5 regarding the Roswell Pit annual 2021 reports and peer reviews. And whereas the pit operator's subconsultant Golder and Associates Limited has identified that the changes in the water level in the wetlands is in part due to the berm and silt barrier at the gravel pit. And whereas the township's ecologist consultant Abood and Associates Incorporated and hydrogeologist consultant Hardin Environmental Services Limited have provided reports on the matter. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Puss Lynch directs staff to forward its consultants' reports to the pit operator for a response and request the pit operator to develop and implement a plan in conjunction with the GRCA to restore the water level in the wetlands to historical levels. And whereas the township's hydrogeologist Hardin Environmental Services has questioned the integrity of the hydraulic barrier on several occasions, and that satisfactory responses from the operator have not been provided to date, be it resolved that the Township of Puss Lynch, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Puss Lynch request that the pit operator adequately address this concern. And whereas the above comment is a concern to the Township of Puss Lynch, that the operator cease further extraction in Pond C until such time that the concerns noted above are resolved. And whereas the township's ecologist consultant Abood and Associates have provided a report reviewing the pit operator's ecological report by their consultant Dance Environmental, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Puss Lynch directs staff to forward our consultants' reports to the pit operator for a response.
Excellent. All right. Any comments? Councillor Bailey.
I think it sounds great.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Goyda.
I do have a question or a comment. I'm not sure. The response or the work required to provide a response, I have no understanding of what's involved and how long that might take. But the Golder report talks about the spring being a critical period for the wetland in terms of amphibian breeding, and there were some mitigation recommendations that were mentioned in that report. Talked about pumping from the pit lakes and some grading and some digging of shallow pools, which we did have some discussion about at our last council meeting, and about those potentially being temporary mitigation efforts. But the Abood report did agree to those recommendations, and they highlighted that those should be done as soon as possible to reduce impacts. So I'm wondering if we should add some language to this resolution to ask that those recommendations be implemented in the short term while while all that other work is being done. I don't know if that makes a difference to anything, but it struck me as a point that was relevant to right now, this time of year.
Who wants to try and conquer that one?
I would. We discussed this last time, and I had suggested we do exactly that. In other words, pass the recommendations on and ask them to do it. And Council Bulmer correctly said, we don't want to be telling them what to do. It's their job. If we tell them what to do and it turns out to be wrong, then we're on the hook. I think it behooves that they developed. That's why the motion is crafted in such a way we have our consultant provide a comments rather than us being prescriptive. Leave it all up to them to determine the final solution.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with that. That makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Spoulos. Thank you, Councillor Goya. Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I'm good with that. The only slight comment was third last paragraph. I say where the above comments are concerned. I think it's okay the way it is. It refers to the comment regarding the silt tiltation, and then such time the concerns noted above applies to the rest of it. So I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Do we have a mover and a seconder, don't we, Ms. Whitfox?
Yes, we do. And just maybe one point of clarification for staff as we work through this. We would be sending this off to the pit operator, and in terms of timing for a response, what is council looking at for that and prior to engaging with the ministry on this? Is it something where we would report back at our next meeting whether or not we've had a response from the operator, or is that not enough time?
It's 3 weeks. Councillor Spoulos?
I would like to suggest that you staff forward this, and the covering letter say, note that this is coming back to council in 3 weeks' time. Will be advantageous for you to provide a response at that time.
Mm-hmm. Because if they engage us at least with before our next meeting, then it may, encourage us not to go to the MNRF ND because now we're getting the progress, we're seeing action.
Exactly.
So I like adding that component there that Councillor Spoulos just mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Staff can put that in the covering letter.
Perfect. All right. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Sorry, one further question. Is this being copied to GRCA since they're mentioned in it?
Staff can certainly copy GRCA as well as Hardin Environmental. We typically copy him on these types of correspondence for his records.
Good. Yeah, just because I think the mitigation that Councillor Gorda was talking to involved them. So.
Refresh my memory, Ms. White-Fox. It was either in the answers to councillors' questions. Are we still waiting on some responses from the GRCA? It sounded like we had reached out several times and had not received any.
Yes, that was with respect to the disturbance in the main creek that was causing low water levels. And just that the GRCA has jurisdiction, we were looking for them to see if they'd take action. So I know that the GRCA has had some turnover in the last little while, so we're just trying to make sure it gets to the correct person so that we can get a response to that.
All right, can you just send me an email stating that, and I'll maybe get that put on the front burner, please?
For sure. We did receive some feedback this week, so I do think they're working on a response for us.
Okay, perfect. All right, back on track. All right, any further comments or questions before I call the vote? All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
All right, that is some darn good work. Okay, council reports. I will go first. I had a TAPMO meeting yesterday with the executive. I called the meeting. We had a individual create a 1-page flyer to that we wanted to circulate through social media and advertising, highlighting, the concerns around aggregate taxation and, everything that we've been advocating for through TAPMO and Wellington County for the last 3 years. It took some lengthy discussions, but ultimately it was approved through TAPMO. to hire a consultant group to push this message out to all through the communities that are affected by aggregate operators. So it was, it wasn't a unanimous decision, but it definitely passed. It was a 4-2 vote. So it was poignant conversations. It was good. So I was happy to see that move forward. As you know, well, as Ms. Hassan would know for sure, TAMO's raised their fees the last budget. And, I think we have a responsibility to use those fees. And there was some concern about, the appearance of TAMO doing this, but AMO just sent out some pre-election literature about, their concerns about legislative changes and things they're advocating for. So it is not of line with other organizations. So I'm pretty confident with it. And to me, TAMO is probably the best vehicle to get concerns out, because then it's a group of municipalities saying the message versus, just Puslinch or, one of the other ones. The other thing I want to mention is we had the minister attend Morriston. When was that? Monday. And the re-announcement of the Morriston bypass, which was actually the announcement of phase 2. I spoke positively about it. I feel, we saw the report today about employment lands, and there's now a slight deficit in the area, but if once the phase 2 mid-block, as it's locally known, is completed, that'll open up some employment lands and help Ontario and their post-COVID recovery, and help Wellington County and Puslinch as a whole. So pretty excited to see that project moving forward. Other than that, I think that's all I have. Is there any questions on that from anyone? No. All right. And then is there any updates from council members? Councilor Skoulas?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you asked me to attend a webinar hosted by the Ontario Ministry of Infrastructure on April the 14th after the last council meetings to do with the internet projects. The expectation was that we were going to get firm dates for funding announcements, but that didn't happen at all. It was basically talking about various funding streams out there, the benefits of the reverse auction, legislation enacted to facilitate the installation of infrastructure, and things like permit timelines, use of hydro poles. It was opportune to ask questions, but you couldn't ask it specifically to your municipality. So that was a wipeout. The only thing that was gleaned for me basically is that there's any unserved areas at the end of any of the big projects that are supposedly being funded. A commitment was to fill that in. But as far as we're concerned, this is the Internet Committee. We're anticipating that we'll be part of the joint federal provincial announcement sometime in the future. There's 58 projects were in that category. 26 have been announced to date, and we're hoping that we're going to be part of the next batch. So keep your fingers crossed. And Glenn Swindiger also attended that, as did the chair of the Internet Committee, Glenn James.
Excellent. Well, thanks for attending that, Councillor Spoulos. Not the greatest news, I guess, but we'll look forward to being in that second announcement, hopefully. And we're appreciative of the work the High Speed Committee does and yourself. And I thought you were a good fit for that, and I'm glad you accepted that meeting invite. So, any questions from council for Councillor Spoulos? No. Ms. White, I should have a resolution for those, please.
To receive the mayor and council member updates for information.
The mover for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, second. Councillor Palmer. Pretty much have to speak because my internet's not working very well. You're mostly frozen all the time on my screen. Okay, all in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Palmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right. Bylaws, we don't have any. Do we, Miss White Fox?
No, correct. No bylaws.
No closed session. Any business arising from the closed session that we didn't have? I love saying that. I'm like the only one that finds that funny. I love it. Any notice of motion? New business. Oh, there's announcements. We did that at 10:05. June Williams.
I have an announcement.
Okay, Councilor Bailey.
I just wanted to announce that through the Optimists and Safe Communities, and looks like OPP will be all coming together to host a bike rodeo on May 28th from 9 to 12 at the Township Office parking lot. So we're encouraging any kids 5 to 12 to come out with their bikes, and looks like there'll probably be sort of a route and a thing they can go through, and some safety checks and prizes and refreshments. So May 28th, 9 to 12. Find a kid, bring their bike with a helmet.
Age limit?
Oh. Would you
Is there
say
an age limit?
9 to 12? 9 to 12?
9 to 12, yeah.
Is that age or time?
That's the time. Kids 5 to 12, it says.
5 to 12.
I'm sure if you had a 4-year-old that rode their bike, they would be allowed to come as well.
Matthew, you're still a kid at heart. You can bring your bike down, do a couple
Thank
laps.
you.
Is this something that fits our social media policy? Can it be advertised?
Yes, certainly. Councillor Bailey, if you wanted to forward us that information, or if you already have it advertised somewhere and we could just reshare it, whichever works.
Okay, yeah, I know Ken Williams had it originally, so I'll try and share what he has, and if it doesn't work, we'll reach out to him.
Councillor Bulmer, can you speak to the Optimus cleanup day?
Yes, thank you. I can do that if you like. It's scheduled for this Saturday, May 7th. A number of community volunteers, members of the Optimus Club and others have already circulated the bags and flyers. Flyer went out in the Pioneer. And I just want to thank township staff. This is an all department event. And we have support and involvement from the front end staff, from the office, in preparing the flyers for putting out with the bags. We have support from the works department. Mike and his team have I think there's 2 trucks in the road. He arranges to get the bins from the county. And we also have connections with the fire department getting involved. We have Sean Whaling and Scott Priest. Now, Scott Priest has been involved as a volunteer riding the trucks with the roads department with this cleanup for about 35 years, ever since he started. And I don't think he's missed a year. So this is an all department event. And so it makes it really meaningful. And the county is on board, of course, with the truck as well, in addition to the local businesses that are on board, such as Devan Landscaping, Arkle Ridge Sand and Gravel, Turf Plus, and Country Boy Services. So a lot of these companies and people have been involved 20 plus years. So it's great. It's running again. And we've got Morrison Vet Clinic on this year to help pick up in the subdivisions. So it's strong, and people are still interested in getting involved. So there you go. Pitch in, pick up your garbage on Saturday, sometime between now and Saturday morning, and make sure you have it to the curb before 10 o'clock from the roadsides, and the trucks will be rolling around 9:30. So thank you.
Mr. Fowler, is there anything you need from the Optimists for this garbage cleanup? Have you had the communication you require?
No, we have everything ready to go, trucks ready to go, and my guys have been identified who want to participate, so we are good.
Send our thanks to them. We appreciate it.
Mayor, just a question of Council Bulmer.
Absolutely.
Are we okay to bring it directly to the dump as opposed to leave it at the side of the road?
Yes, arrangements have been made with the county. Again, those who want to take it directly to the waste transfer facility, they're open to take it there. And so that could be large pieces you found or the black bags that you pick up off the roadside.
Great, thank you.
I should know this, but you just indicate to the staff at the county that you've participated in the roads cleanup.
What was that?
I'm assuming there's no charge for that, so you'd have to indicate.
That's
that
correct.
We're participating in the Puslinch Roads cleanup.
That's correct.
So-
We're lucky we have Councillor McKay from the county also on part of the organizing group. So he's confirmed with county staff at both the local and county level regarding bringing stuff in from the roadside on Saturday.
Excellent. All right, any other announcements or comments on that? Okay. I don't think we do a resolution for announcements. Confirmatory bylaw.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-017 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 4th day of May, 2022.
Thank you. Can I get a mover, please?
I'll move.
Councilor Spo, seconded by Councilor Bailey.
Yep,
All in favor, Councilor Bailey,
in favor.
Councilor Balmer,
In favor.
Councilor Goida,
In favor.
Councilor Spoulos.
In favor.
And adjournment, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council hereby adjourns at 2:53 PM.
Get a mover for that, please? Councilor Goida,
Yes.
and seconded by Councilor Bailey. Councilor Bailey?
Yep,
Am I
in
in there?
favor.
Yep, there we go. All in favor, Councilor Bailey is in favor, Councilor Balmer,
In favor.
Councilor Goida,
In favor.
Councilor Spoulos,
In favor.
and we are adjourned.
May the 4th be with you.
I did that joke at the beginning.
Did you? I missed it.
Yeah. Councilor Goida caught it. We're still
Yeah,
recording, I shouldn't.
I think we were frantically reading that last report.
I was reading that other report.
Yes. Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
All right. Have a great day.
Care.
Bye.